Thank you, sir. Yeah. Perfect.
They don't get it.
Really?
Doing okay? 84 more days. Down retirement.
Yeah. Oh, is this the year?
Yeah. She's full on counting down to retirement. She started in August counting down to retirement.
Really, congratulations. That's cool that it worked out this year.
The reason that all that we're getting the wrong information. The reason it all worked out like that way, you were giving the wrong information.
1 year in already.
You know what happened? Oh, you know. Man retired like 3 weeks before that.
Oh, last time? That was my question.
But I meant to ask Dr. Gaston.
That's a very good question.
You know what?
Is now like the media crew? Hey, good to see you. Which was like
Go-Go's friend. Go-Go's friend. That's the lady that we just saw.
Oh, it is. He loved it. Great day, everything went well.
I know. We were at the end of the letter and sent it, and then that's when they put it away.
Maybe. Maybe.
I mean,
To those that know, if you I never get into it, this time. I was like, okay, you're just too young. Yeah. Are they doing
they'll do.
Okay, that's what I'm here for.
She's on the night.
I mean, I spent tons of time with her.
This is like where the board.
Everybody's tired. You, of course. Been a long day. Been a long day, I agree. Yep. That's how I'll feel about 10 o'clock tonight, I think.
Okay. Good evening, everyone. Tonight I will call to order this open session for the board meeting on Tuesday, January 20, 2026 at 6:09 p.m. And tonight we will have our Dr. Bob Pletka say the Pledge of Allegiance for us. So you can rise with Dr. Bob.
All right, please stand. Put your hand over your heart. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God,
indivisible,
with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. It is such a pleasure to have so many folks joining us tonight for lots of great, exciting reasons. I will first ask that our staff introduce our dream catchers, which will be the first item on our list today. Oh, excuse me. Do I need to do? Yes, I do need to do that. I do, before we move on to that, need to report on our closed session. Tonight, the board took action by a vote of 4-1 to approve a settlement agreement with student case number 202508091 in the amount not to exceed $19,000 during a closed session. So now we can move on, I believe, to recognition and starting with our Dreamcatchers presentation.
All right. Thank you very much, President Hanchik. Good evening. Good evening to the board, Dr. Pletka, Executive Cabinet, and everybody in attendance. It's really good to see a lot of familiar faces in here and a lot of the dream catchers and parents that came out to our studio to take the video, which you'll see tonight, and a lot of the images that we took out there. So without further ado, we're going to get started. I'd like to bring Dr. Pletka, who's going to share in reading of the names tonight. And this was his program that he started 8 years ago, just one of the many innovations that we've had in the district. It's a great program. Dr. Pletka has always believed in allowing students to make a difference now, not when they're in junior high or in high school or further on. If they can make a difference and believe in themselves and their interests, follow their interests and their passions, now's the time. There's no time to wait. And so before we get started with the video, I'd like to have Dr. Pletka talk a little bit about the program. This is his night as well.
Well, first of all, I just want to thank all the parents for bringing your children and spending time with us so that we can recognize them and recognize the good work that they've done and the impact that they've had. And I think two things about what we were trying to accomplish is that we have kids every day in our schools that are giving back to their community, giving back to their schools, giving back to their families in ways that's very personal. They're sharing their set of gifts, and some of you have heard me say this before, but I believe every one of us, but especially our kids, that what they bring is truly unique, that nobody has ever brought what they bring, and no one ever will bring what they bring. And this belief that our job in education is to take the time to get to know our kids, our children well enough that we can see in them something before maybe they see it in themselves, to believe in them, this sense of belief that collectively, the parents, our community, our teachers, our classified staff, all of us believe in them. And today is a moment to recognize what they have contributed and maybe give us a little insight of what they will contribute to our communities in the future. I want to take a moment to talk just one thing about belief. I believe what you have done for our kids, every parent, every community member, every teacher, every principal, every classified member that's nominated, what you've done is affirm that this child here is somebody that's going to have an impact on all of us. And just one piece I was going to share that I've met some of the kids here today and been able to see in them And I just saw somebody actually was out looking for our future superintendent. And I said, you're going to meet some of our kids, some of the kids that are here in this room. I said, you're going to have so much hope. I said, you're going to have so much hope for our future. And so I know that if you're here today and you nominated, or if you're a parent or a family member, you see that in your child. So thanks, everybody. And this is a moment to recognize your kids.
All right, let's hear it for that. So if we're going to go ahead and celebrate them first by showing the video. So if we could get that up and running. Oh. Anyone? Video? Adana? You can do it.
We are the dream catchers, chasing light, chasing stars, turning dreams into actions. This is who we are. Dream big, dream far. We shine like 1,000 sparks. We shine like 1,000 sparks. We are the dream catchers, chasing light, chasing stars, turning dreams into actions. This is who we are. Dream big, dream far. We shine like 1,000 sparks. We shine like 1,000 sparks. We shine like 1,000 sparks. We shine like 1,000 sparks.
All right. I want to thank every dream catcher and some of the parents who helped me out with the video as well, and all the crazy ideas we had for the reveals. So thank you so much. You guys were there. You're very helpful. How it's going to work is we're going to call up the first dream catcher. We're going to say a few words about them. If the dream catcher could come by, we're going to give them one of these certificates. They'll hold that up there. Mr. Jeremy Davis is going to take he's our photographer tonight. He's going to take that photo. They'll stand up there, and then we'll also have the person who nominated the dream catcher or nominators to come on up. We'll give you flowers, and then you'll stand with the dream catcher up there and take a photo as well. Cool? All right, we're ready.
All right. This first one, Abigail Crook, 4th grade at Laguna Road.
Come on up.
Abby is nominated as a dream catcher for her compassion, leadership, and dedication to serving others. She plays a vital role in acing Autism Fullerton, helping children with autism learn tennis, feel supported while also assisting with organization, setup, and encouragement each week. Abby also serves on the Wonders worship team at the Cause Church, leading children in song and visiting elderly homes to spread joy. Please, a nice round of applause. Nominated by Kathy Wilson.
Who is not here. And yeah, if you could stand up front. That'd be great.
I'm not Kathy Wilson. I'm Kathy.
All right, perfect. You're modeling exactly what every dream catcher and nominee. Oh, okay. Abigail, come on back up. It's probably my fault. I usually don't give instructions very well. So we're going to do it again. Come and get your poster and your backpack. Yeah, it just keeps coming. But you don't have to take any more pictures, except at the end. Oh, and a cupcake. See how I am? All right. There we go. Thanks, Dad. Okay. Thank you. Yep. Okay, next up, Elias Murillo.
Would you like them all to stay up here to take a picture at the end, or are you guys okay?
We'll do it at the end. That way they don't have to stand too long. I'm looking out for them. Elias is a fourth grader at Raymond. Elias is nominated as a Dreamcatcher for his dedication, leadership, and kindness. A hardworking student and talented baseball player, Elias excels academically while showing compassion and inclusivity towards others. As a student council representative, he listens to his peers, values their ideas, and ensures everyone feels included. His maturity, empathy, and ability to balance academics, sports, and leadership make him an outstanding role model and a deserving Dreamcatcher nominee. Elias was nominated by Yesenia Ota. Then Elias, come back at your backpack. Getting better at this. Your poster and your cupcake. All right, one more round of applause. Thanks, Dad. Next up, Sebastian King, fourth grader at Rolling Hills. Sebastian has faced significant challenges, including type 1 diabetes, severe ADHD, and learning difficulties, yet he demonstrates remarkable perseverance and resilience. He is passionate about educating others about diabetes, sharing his personal experiences and scientific knowledge, an activity advocate for the diabetic community through fundraising and participation in events like Breakthrough T1D Walk. Despite academic challenges from ADHD, he shows determination, responsibility, and strong management skills, confidently seeking support when needed. His courage, advocacy, and dedication to self-care make him a role model for strength and perseverance. Sebastian was nominated by Jessica Sapien, Angela Hogerheis, and Alicia Guardamondo.
Congratulations. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you so much.
One more round of applause.
This next student, Maisie Hartman, fifth grade at Hermosa Drive. Woohoo! She's nominated as a Dreamcatcher for her dedication to singing and songwriting. She has performed in multiple stage productions, including Newsies with an outside theater group, has written and recorded her own music. In 2024, she won the PTA Reflections Contest at Hermosa Drive with one of her original songs. Maisie also shared her talent at her grandfather's memorial service, performing for 150 people. With dreams of attending...
Sorry, printed it big so we could both see it.
Yes. Orange County School of the Arts and studying music in New York. Maisie inspires others through her passion, creativity, and commitment to her goals. She was nominated by Lori Velasquez.
All right. And then come get your backpack, your poster, your cupcake. Perfect. Up next, Samantha Ratlaff. 6th grade, Fern Drive. Samantha, a 6th grader at Fern Drive, nominated as a dream catcher for her dedication to both BMX riding and soccer. She has been competing in BMX since age 3 and placed 14th in the nation at the Grands event in Oklahoma last year. Sam is also a passionate soccer player, playing center forward at a club level and competing in tournaments across the country. At school, Samantha is a model student following the PBIS principles of being respectful, responsible, and safe. She is kind and considerate to others and works hard both in and outside of the school to achieve her goals. Samantha's dedication and character make her an excellent candidate for this honor. Samantha was nominated by Steve Rabenston. More flowers, Steve. More flowers.
You guys give some, and we have some for you.
Congratulations, Samantha. And then come get your backpack, your poster, and your cupcake. Good job, brother.
Right.
All right. Next up, Christian Su, 6th grader at Sunset Lane. Christian is a shining example of an entrepreneurial spirit at work. He joined a day of kid entrepreneurs to sell his handmade bookmarks, which not only encouraged others to read more, but to also be uplifted with inspiring quotes. His creativity extended further when he designed a practical scissor cover for classmates to use, showcasing both innovation and thoughtfulness. Beyond his entrepreneurial projects, Christian is a well-rounded student who stays active on the swim team, plays the clarinet, and hones his creativity in art class. He drives imagination and dedication. His drive, imagination, and dedication make him a deserving Dreamcatcher nominee. Christian was nominated by Mona Chung. One more round of applause. Thanks.
And next, Annabelle Lazo, 6th grade at Woodcrest. Woohoo! She's nominated as a Dreamcatcher for her exceptional talent, resilience, and kindness. A gifted artist, she won 2nd place in the World of Water Arts contest and gained recognition from local artists who see great potential in her work. Beyond her artistic achievements, Annabelle serves as a junior coach on the PBIS program and participates in flag football and soccer after school. Wait, there's more. She's also hardworking and a caring daughter and sister, helping her single father care for their family and supporting her younger sister with love and maturity. Annabelle's creativity, compassion, and perseverance makes her a true role model and an inspiring dream catcher. Annabelle was nominated by Chris Wilkins. Congratulations.
napkin.
How about one big round, one more round of applause? All right, next is Max Choi from 7th grade at Beechwood. Max is nominated as a dream catcher for his outstanding leadership in baseball and his positive influence on others. He led his Golden Hill Little League team to a historic state championship and a near spot in the Little League World Series. Max has also earned national recognition by being selected for the USA Baseball National Team Identification Series. There's more. Off the field, he's a principal's honor roll student and mentors his younger cousin and friends in baseball, teaching them skills and fostering a love for the game. Max's talent, work ethic, and generosity makes him a perfect candidate for this honor. Max was nominated by Hannah Lim. Thank you.
All right. Next up, Tegan Yu, 8th grader at Fistler. Tegan is nominated as a dream catcher for her passion and talent for writing. She began writing for the Fullerton Observer in 3rd grade after responding to a call for student writers and has continued for over 4 years. Now serving as the youth editor, Tegan uses her platform to inform the community, amplify student voices, and highlight important social issues. Her dedication to writing not only expresses her creativity, but also makes a positive impact on others. Tegan hopes to continue her journey in journalism through high school and beyond. Tegan was nominated by Linda Beecher. If Linda's not here, our principal, Caroline Llewellyn, will join us. Sorry. Congratulations. Next up, Emmeline Nino Franco, 8th grader, Ladera Vista. Emmeline is nominated as a dream catcher for her drive, leadership, and passion. A dedicated jiu-jitsu athlete, she trains up to 20 hours a week and has achieved championship rankings despite her small stature, demonstrating strength, strategy, and perseverance. Beyond the mat, Emmeline is an active leader in ASB, the Superintendent's Advisory Board, and the AI Collaborations Committee. You're busy. Where she mentors younger students and takes on key leadership, I'm going to go with roles. About turning the page. Oh, roles. See, I was correct. With aspirations to become a world-class attorney, Emmeline embodies discipline, determination, and a positive spirit, qualities that make her an inspiring dream catcher. Emmeline was nominated by Dr. Tricia G. Got principal coming up.
This next one, Bianca Hove, 8th grade at Nicholas. Big round of applause. Bianca is a leader in the community. She helps her family run their restaurant business, Esteban's Family Tacos, located in Fullerton. Little plug, Esteban's Family Tacos. She is involved in her cultural dance club where she performs for Hispanic events. She is a new member for the Nicholas Leading Ladies, where she will be contributing her time in the community and is looking into joining the speech and debate as well. She takes the initiative and she speaks with confidence. Bianca was nominated by Dominique Estrada. Thank you.
Another round of applause. Congratulations. Our last dream catcher of the night, but definitely not the least, Henry Vasquez, 8th grade at Parks. Henry is nominated as a dream catcher for his exceptional leadership, generosity, and community service. As a Golden Big Buddy for the District 56 Challenger League, he volunteers each season to support children with special needs, setting up fields, assisting players, and ensuring every child feels safe and celebrated. Beyond volunteering, Henry raised over $3,000 through local groups and his own trash can cleaning business, allowing league fees to be waived for those families. At school, Henry exemplifies kindness, responsibility, humility, balancing academics with his service work. Featured in the Fullerton Observer for his efforts, Henry continues to inspire others through his compassion and commitment, embodying the true spirit of a dream catcher. Henry was nominated by Jenna Bright. All right, one more round of applause. Now, if we could have all of the dream catchers and the people that nominated them up front, we'd like to take one large group picture. You can leave all your gear and stuff with your parents, brothers, siblings, sisters. So step on up, please. Let's look to Mr. Jeremy Davis for direction, and then any other family members, if you want to take a photo, we can do that as well. The paparazzi. All right, congratulations. And one last thing, if there are brothers and sisters, family members from the Dreamcatcher group, if you want to come up and get a cupcake, you are welcome to do so right now.
And we would like to ask everyone just to not leave the room yet, maybe take their seats. We have one more announcement to make. So brothers and sisters, come get your cupcakes, and then we have one more quick announcement to make. There you go. Oh, you did get one. I was just going to grab one for you, too. All right. Don't worry, if you're a brother or a sister of one of our dream catchers and you didn't get a cupcake, we'll still have some for when we finish up here in a minute. All right, if I can have everyone's attention. We have a very exciting announcement. We have a new principal in the Fullerton School District. Parks Junior High School has had a vacancy for a principal, and we've had an interim principal, Miss Jenna Bright, serving as the interim while we've been searching for a principal. And we're proud to announce this evening that Miss Jenna Bright will be the new principal at Parks Junior High School. Come on forward, Jenna. I'm going to have Jenna just tell you a little bit about herself, 2 minutes or less, and then she's going to introduce her family. I know it's hard for her to talk for 2 minutes or less, but then she's going to introduce her family to us.
Thank you, Dr. Hammett. Thank you, Board, President Hanchett, Dr. Pleka. Thank you all for having me. I am extremely grateful to be here at Parks. As some of you may know, I do live in the community, so I am thrilled to continue the learning that goes on at our school. I'm very fortunate to work with and alongside the wonderful staff that we have. I have been in the district since I was student teaching, so I know what it takes to work in Fullerton and the wonderful things that we do, and I'm beyond blessed to be able to continue working here and leading Parks Junior High. And my family is here, so I would like to bring up, we'll start with my husband, Dwayne, is here. Come on up. And then come on up. And then I also have my daughters, beautiful daughters, Brooklyn and Harlem. Come up. And this is them.
With you and your family. One more. Again, let's congratulate Miss Jenna Bright, new principal at Park. Dr. Bob, if you could please come on up. And now, Phil Ling.
All right, well, good evening, Board of Trustees, Cabinet, and especially Dr. Pleka. Dr. Bob, on behalf of our FSD staff, it's truly an honor to recognize you this evening. We wanted to present a few pieces that reflect our appreciation for you as our fearless captain. You want to show everyone the beautiful mosaic we have here? Anyone who's been around FSD for a minute knows about your passion for fishing, which is everybody. So with the help of our arts team and the All the Arts Foundation, our staff created this ocean-themed mosaic, which is our first tribute to you. The second piece, a collaborative sea animal-inspired thumbprint art piece, has contributions from a number of staff that have had the privilege of working under your leadership. And we hope that it reminds you of the lasting impression. That's your cue right there, thank you, that you've made on all of us. Thank you for leading us over the past 13 years with a deep conviction for seeing students succeed, for believing in our staff to realize these outcomes as well. Your wisdom, your heart, and your dedication will be remembered and cherished. We wish you and Katie all the very best in this next chapter. We hope you get plenty of time to relax, enjoy each other's company, and of course, catch lots of tuna as well. Congratulations, Dr. Bob.
Thank you.
Cabinet actually made this piece. They put together the fish. So maybe if we can get Cabinet together with Dr. Bob for a picture.
So I will just add that this is our last official board meeting with Dr. Bob before he retires next month. So for those of you who are not regular attenders at the board meetings, this is our chance to appreciate and say goodbye to our leader for the past 13 years.
So for any of you that know Dr. Bob, we know he loves these type of things when people talk about him and get to take pictures. Not really. He doesn't like this at all. But we do have a few more presentations for you, Dr. Bob. Tonight is a significant meeting. After over 200 board meetings, Dr. Bob, in the Fullerton School District, this is your final school board meeting after 13 years. Dr. Bob is retiring. Now, the impact of a leader really is determined by their effective leadership. And they say when you're a good leader, you look back and there's people following you. Almost everyone in this room has had the ability to have a story with Dr. Bob, a memory with Dr. Bob that makes you smile, that you remember him. And he truly is the best superintendent I've ever worked with. And let me share some words with you why. Because these really reflect who Dr. Bob is. He's positive. He always sees the positive in each situation. He is definitely the glass is more than half full person. He's passionate. He's passionate about education, about student achievement, about equity for all students, innovation, and fishing. Very passionate about fishing. Dr. Bob is reflective. Anyone who's worked with Dr. Bob has received the 6 o'clock in the morning call. Hey, I've been up since 4:30 and I've been thinking about, and he always has an idea or a reflection on what's happened. Dr. Bob is principled. He has his true north. He believes that everyone needs to be treated with kindness, respect, and dignity. And what I really respect about Dr. Bob is he will not tolerate people not being treated with respect, kindness, and dignity. He stands up and makes sure that happens. Finally, Dr. Bob is driven. And I want to apologize to Katie in advance because Dr. Bob always has a project, always has an idea, and he not only gets it started, but he sees it through to completion. Dr. Bob, you are an amazing leader, and from the bottom of our hearts, we want to say thank you. You have made the Fullerton School District one of the best districts, not just in Orange County, not just in the state, but really in the country. What happens for students in Fullerton is truly amazing. We hope that you get to enjoy some well-deserved rest, that you get some relaxation with your family, and that hopefully you catch the biggest fish you've ever caught in your entire life. Thank you, Dr. Bob. You will be missed. At this time, I'd like to ask Darlene Nasland and her team to come up from FETA. Yeah, right up here. Why not? It's better in the front. I know you can't hide behind the podium. I see the look.
Look at my team is all running up here, I can tell. Okay, they all said they'll do Vanna, but they won't come up. Okay, here they come, here they come. We're going to be celebrating Dr. Pletka at the Bowery with a beer on February 18th, so this is just our pre. Dr. Pletka, on behalf of FETA, we would like to thank you for your many years of leadership within our district. We have particularly appreciated your approachability and your genuine care for our students. While we have had some difficult conversations over the years, your willingness to listen has frequently led to positive solutions that benefited both staff and students. Your presence at the many district events has not gone unnoticed. Whether you were behind a grill, working a booth, or engaging with parents, students, and staff, your commitment and visibility have been clear to everyone. It is evident that you put your heart into your work every day. We also want to extend our gratitude to your wife, Katie, for the many hours of family time sacrificed while you manage district initiatives, programs, and emergencies. We are excited for you to regain that time with your family. Thank you once again for your leadership and heart to keep us focused on doing what is best for our students and families.
Next, I'd like to ask Tanya Balek from CSEA to come on up and her team. Love it.
Dr. Pleka, on behalf of CSCA Chapter 130, our president here, Tanya Balek, and Sherry Williamson. As you conclude 13 years of dedicated service to our district, we want to express our sincere gratitude for the leadership, compassion, and integrity that you have consistently demonstrated. Your steady leadership and thoughtful decision-making have guided our district through both growth and challenges. What has always stood out most is your empathetic approach, your ability to truly listen, to remain open-minded, and treat every individual with respect. Your commitment to working collaboratively with classified staff did not go unnoticed. You made people feel valued, heard, and essential to the success of our schools. You led with humility, fairness, and a genuine understanding that strong systems are built on strong relationships. That approach fostered trust and created a culture where people felt supported and empowered to do their best work. As you begin this next chapter, we hope it brings you abundant time to enjoy what you value most, making memories with your family and spending peaceful time fishing. Your legacy will remain in the district and in the many lives you've positively impacted along the way. Wishing you health, happiness, and well-deserved enjoyment in the years ahead. With appreciation, CACA and classified staff.
Next, we have Mike McAdam from FSMA.
Thank you, sir. Dr. Bob, 13 years, thank you so much for all the effort and support you've given not only the school, but the students, staff, seeing greatness in all of us of what we have accomplished through the 13 years. I've been here for 10 years, and it has been absolutely amazing. So thank you so much on that. Management for FSMA will be crashing the party at the Bowery. So thank you so much for that invitation on that side. So we'll see you guys there. So thank you so much. Dr. Bob, again, thank you again.
All right. Next, we have our DLAC.
Good evening, Dr. Pletka and everyone present. My name is Mayra Zamora, and I would like to say a few words to Dr. Pletka on behalf of the DLAC community. Estimado Dr. Pletka, en nombre de DLAC nos dirigimos a usted con profundo respeto y sincera gratitud al concluir esta etapa de su liderazgo al frente de nuestro distrito escolar. A lo largo de su gestión hemos sido testigos de un compromiso genuino con la educación pública y de manera muy especial con los estudiantes aprendices de inglés y sus familias. Su disposición para escuchar, dialogar y considerar las perspectivas de la comunidad ha fortalecido la confianza entre las familias y el distrito, creando espacios donde las voces de los padres han sido valoradas y tomadas en cuenta en la toma de decisiones. Reconocemos y agradecemos su apoyo constante a DLAC, así como su comprensión de la importancia de la participación familiar como un pilar fundamental para el éxito académico de nuestros estudiantes. Su liderazgo ha contribuido a promover una educación más equitativa, inclusiva y centrada en las necesidades de todos los alumnos, independientemente de su idioma, cultura u origen. Más allá de las políticas y programas implementados, valoramos profundamente su calidad humana, su profesionalismo y su compromiso con el bienestar integral de la comunidad escolar. Su legado permanecerá en el trabajo que continúa realizándose en nuestras escuelas y en las oportunidades que se han abierto para nuestros estudiantes y familias. Al despedirle, le expresamos nuestro más sincero agradecimiento por el tiempo, la dedicación y la visión que compartió con nuestro distrito. Le deseamos el mayor de los éxitos en los nuevos retos y proyectos que emprenda, con la certeza de que continuará dejando una huella positiva donde quiera que vaya. Reciba nuestro reconocimiento y gratitud, junto con los mejores deseos de parte de todas las familias representadas por DILAC. Muchas gracias.
And now I will read the English translation for Ms. Myra Zamora. Dear Dr. Pleka, on behalf of DLAC, we address you with deep respect and sincere gratitude as you conclude this stage of your leadership at the helm of our school district. Throughout your tenure, we have witnessed a genuine commitment to public education, and in particular to English language learners and their families. Your willingness to listen, engage in dialogue, and consider the perspectives of the community has strengthened trust between families and the district, creating spaces where parents' voices have been valued and taken into account for decision-making. We recognize and appreciate your ongoing support of DLAC, as well as your understanding of the importance of family involvement and a fundamental pillar for the academic success of our students. Your leadership has helped promote a more equitable, inclusive education focused on the needs of all students, regardless of their language, culture, or background. Beyond the policies and programs implemented, we deeply value your humanity, professionalism, and commitment to overall well-being of the school community. Your legacy will live on in the work that continues to be done in our schools and in the opportunities that have been opened for our students and families. As we say goodbye, we express our sincere gratitude for the time, dedication, and vision you shared with our district. We wish you every success in your new challenges and projects, confident that you will continue to leave a positive mark wherever you go. Please accept our recognition and gratitude, along with the best wishes from all the families represented by DLAC. Thank you so much. And the DLAC committee wanted to give a little gift. It's a little stone that's engraved, and it says, Dr. Bob, with deep appreciation for your leadership and commitment to English learner students and their families. DLAC thanks you. Happy retirement.
All right, and I believe, do we have a presentation from PTA tonight? We're going to try to make it, but I didn't know if they could.
I will be reading on behalf of...
Thank you.
Good evening, Dr. Pleka, President Hatchett, and members of the board. My name is Joanne Cho, and I have the pleasure of serving as president of Fullerton Council of PTAs. We at Fullerton Council would like to recognize the impact of Dr. Pleka that has had with FSD District. Dr. Pleka has served our school community with dedication, integrity, and vision. Throughout his tenure, he has worked to foster a positive learning environment for students. His commitment to academic excellence, inclusive policies, and the well-being of staff and families has had a profound impact on our district. Under his leadership, we have seen significant improvements in educational programs, facility enhancements, and community engagement. We are especially grateful for Dr. Pleka for his collaborative spirit and willingness to listen to the voices of parents, teachers, and students. His openness to dialogue and partnership with the PTA has strengthened our shared mission to support every child's success. On behalf of the Parent-Teacher Association of Fullerton, thank you, Dr. Pleka, for your years of exemplary service. You leave behind a legacy of excellence and compassion. Best wishes for a well-deserved retirement. Many units have already hit the ground running. At the beginning of the news of Fullerton Council PTA membership has continued to grow. We currently have 4,414 PTA members across our PTA unit schools, you can still join. Remember, your membership and donations can help us in PTA make a positive difference on our individual school sites in our students' school experiences. Let's start the new year with new memberships. All of our high school PTSA units are gearing up for the big open house events that will be held at each of our school sites. We are ready to welcome prospective parents and students onto the campuses and will offer our support by answering questions about our experiences and will help parents navigate the overload of programs, activities, and sports info that they will receive. I know each PTSA unit is extremely proud of their school site and will do their best to help parents and students make the right decision for their student. On February 23rd and 24th, members of our local PTA units will be traveling up to Sacramento for the annual 4th District PTA Sacramento Safari event. This 2-day advocacy trip to our state capital allows our local Orange County PTA members to hear from key speakers on issues that affect children, youth, and families, learn about the inner workings of state government, advocate directly to our state legislators about issues that are important to us here in Fullerton and Orange County, and network with other PTA advocates. A reminder that our council meetings are held at Fullerton Joint Union High School District Boardroom, the 4th Tuesday of each month at 9:30 a.m. Our next meeting is February 24th, 2006. Feel free to reach out to us anytime at fullertoncouncilptainfo@gmail.com. We're always happy to hear from you, and on behalf of the Fullerton Council PTA, let me also wish you all a very happy, safe, and successful 2026. Thank you. Have a wonderful rest of your evening. That concludes our report.
Please join us in giving one more big round of applause for Dr. Pletka. Yes, absolutely. Board, we would now, whoever would like to speak, I'll let Ruthie, President Hanchett, step up and with the board say some words.
Okay. I'll ask my board members if there's anyone who would like to start us off in saying any comments to wish Dr. Bob a pleasant and retirement and gratitude for his work. You want to start, Bev? Okay.
Okay, can you hear me? So as we gather to celebrate the retirement of Dr. Bob, I found myself reflecting on the very first conversation I ever had with him during his initial job interview. What struck me then, and what has reminded true every single day for the past 13 years is this: the person that we hired is exactly the person he showed up as year after year. From the very beginning, Dr. Bob's passion for students was unmistakable. His heart for kids, for learning, and for creating opportunity is truly second to none. He believed deeply that every student deserves the very best learning experience we can offer, and that belief was never just words. Each year, his passion only intensified. His ideas grew bolder, his vision stronger, and his commitment to bringing the best to our students never wavered. Anyone that knows Dr. Bob knows this as well. He has more energy and creativity than anyone I know. He is, without question, one of the most innovative people I've ever worked with, and it was not uncommon for him to spend his Saturday mornings not resting, but dreaming up and working on new projects and new programs to better engage students. For Dr. Bob, leadership didn't stop at the end of the work week because his passion for students was never turned off. When Dr. Bob talked about student achievement, he didn't start with test scores or data charts. He started with belonging. He believes students' success begins when children feel safe, welcomed, known, and connected. He believes in rigorous curriculum and clear expectations for all students, but equally in awakening the love of learning and igniting a passion in every child. That philosophy shaped everything and shapes everything he does. One of Dr. Bob's greatest strengths has always been his ability to build relationships
with students, with staff, with family, with community members and business partners. He understands that a premier school district isn't built in isolation, it's built together. His commitment to being visible, present, and engaged is extraordinary. He visits school regularly, he asks thoughtful questions, and he's always looking for student. And when he invites people into the process, they always come because they know his heart is with kids. Dr. Bob also believes that learning and connection doesn't always happen in the classroom. Because of his love of fishing and the joy at peace it brings him, he started a nonprofit organization that takes children fishing every year. Entirely volunteer-based, this program has given countless students an opportunity to feel calm, confident, and connected in ways that go far beyond academics. It is such a perfect reflection on who he is, someone who finds joy in life and wants to share that joy with children. That same belief has led him to start a mentoring program in the school district that matches staff and community members with students who might otherwise fall through the cracks. He understands something fundamental and powerful, that every child needs a team of caring adults to help them feel seen, valued, and worthy. That belief has changed lives, and its impact will be felt for years to come. Family engagement was never an add-on for Dr. Bob. It's always central to his vision. He believes families are essential partners in student success. He's championed inclusive communication, invested in translation tools, and worked tirelessly to ensure parents feel welcome and respected, meeting families where they are and honoring the richness of our diverse cultures. Dr. Bob also holds a very powerful vision for leadership. He believed in strong, honest communications and trusting relationships between the board and superintendent, recognizing that everybody brings something unique and valuable to the table. He believes principals must be student-centered instructional leaders. Principals must be student-centered and instructional leaders. Team builders who create cultures where student success guides every decision. He's never lost sight of why he entered the profession, students. He believes in achievement and equity for all. He is deeply committed to closing achievement gaps, mentoring students, and ensuring every child has access to opportunity. His vision has been bold to make Fullerton an elite district in California, and he moved us closer to that goal every single day. Dr. Bob also understood, as we were interviewing, that education must evolve. You championed arts, innovation, STEM, dual immersion, biliteracy, always focused on meeting students where they are and helping them discover the true love of learning. Through it all, you've never forgotten the importance of people. You lead with honesty, trust, dedication, and togetherness. You take time to listen, to connect, and to build community. Because of this, when adults feel values and supported, students also strive. Dr. Bob, you are truly a remarkable man. Your leadership, your boundless energy, your innovation, and most of all, your love for children will leave an incredible mark on this district and for all those who have had the privilege to work alongside you. You will be deeply missed, but your legacy will live in our schools and our students and our community. Thank you for 13 incredible years. Thank you for your vision, your heart, your unwavering belief in children. And as you begin your next chapter, know that you leave behind a district that is stronger, more connected, and better because of you. Congratulations on a well-earned retirement. But I do. And for those of you that know me, I'm trying to get through this without crying, and it's really very hard. And I do keep paper, and people laugh at me because I can pull out anything. And truly all of that came from our interview and connecting it with what here. So I do have something else to add. So Dr. Bob is a AI guy, right? Loves AI, bringing AI to our district. So I went into chat GBT and I had them write a poem for you with all my information. So written by AI, but inspired by a very real heart. Dr. Bob, the leader who made innovation art. While others slept, your Saturdays were bright, dreaming new programs and turning sparks into light. You taught us success begins with belonging, with kids feeling seen, encouraged, and strong. From classrooms to lakes where fishing lines fly, you build teams of adults so no child passed by. This poem may be digital, generated, and new, but the impact it honors is deeply, truly you. A superintendent, mentor, a champion of kids, no algorithm could measure all that you did. Enjoy the next chapter, cast your line, take the day, with gratitude from humans and AI.
It's wonderful, Bev. Thank you. Trustee Cho?
Yeah, so as I thought about what to say, I think the one thing that I reflected on the most is 13 years. Like 13 years, you could start at Sunset Lane and graduate from Sunny Hills. That's how long you've been in the seat. And for those of you who don't know, that's particularly impressive because he has 5 bosses. Like all of us adults that have a boss and kind of wish, hey, I wish my boss would be a lot more clear about what he or she wants, or like, oh, she keeps changing her mind. Imagine doing that for 5 different people, and imagine every 2 years those 5 people change. So if you look at the day as here, just about over a year ago, 3 of us weren't here. So 3 out of the 5 people in front of you weren't here. So he had to learn 3 new bosses and also how well they play or don't play with the other 2 existing bosses, right? And so I think there are 2 stories that come to mind when I think about what was the secret sauce? Like, how did he make it this far? And one of the stories that comes to mind is during my very first sit down with you, I think it was a Paris Baguette just down the street over here, as a newly elected trustee, as kind of like an offhanded remark about what was important to me. In my mind, I thought it would take 6, 10, maybe a year or 2 to implement. And as I was about to email some parents about just kind of expectation management, right? Under promise, over deliver. I got an email from Bob kind of going, I took care of it. And I was astounded by how quickly and how innovative he came up with a solution. But that kind of quickness to action and that innovation, I think, is one of the secrets to his success, right? As you have a new combination of trustees, new priorities, changing communities over the past decade, changing local and national politics, he was able to quickly adapt and do what was best for students, no matter the circumstances. The second story that I will always remember is as new trustees, you're kind of given the left and right boundaries of what to do and what not to do up here. Sometimes these meetings can go really long. I can't imagine why. But every once in a while, you'll see the trustees kind of talk at each other and past each other and not really talking with each other. And one of the things that Bob is able to do is politely and diplomatically cut through the nonsense and go, I think what trustee so-and-so was trying to say, or I think what this person was trying to, and get us back on track, right? And that's really helpful for 5 trustees that can change every 2 years. But the one story that I remember is we're told as new trustees during public comment, let people yell at you, scream at you, complain about whatever they want. Don't react, right? Because it could be perceived as you agreeing or disagreeing with them, and you don't want to discourage members of the public to be honest with you. So we're supposed to sit there just in silence, staring at you as you say whatever you want to say for 2 minutes. And a couple months ago, there was a public commenter that said some particularly hateful things, heinous things. And I couldn't believe the words were coming out of the mouth of someone in our community. But again, the training, right? I'm supposed to stare and not react at some of the most hateful things I've heard in my life. And what Bob was able to do was take his prerogative as the superintendent and make clear that that kind of hatred is not welcome here, that does not represent the district. And it inspired me, honestly, it put me a little bit to shame, kind of like, I wish I had said something, right? And you inspired me to be a better man and a better leader in the community, and I will always remember your leadership. Thank you.
Yeah, I'll conclude. You want to go next?
Hi, everyone. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Have a great night. Now, a lot of what we're going to say up here is not new, because we are going to be repetitive only because there's only one of him, and so many people and so many families and so many things that he's done that's impacted us. But after more than 13 years of service to the Fullerton School District, I want to share just how meaningful Dr. Bob's leadership has been to me personally and to our community. Before I officially joined this board, Dr. Bob took the time, just like with Trustee Cho and I'm sure everyone else here, to sit down with me, to listen, and to have an honest conversation about our district, about our students, and about our shared values. That willingness to listen with care and intention is who he is at his core. He never made those conversations feel rushed or transactional. He made me feel heard, just like he did again this morning when we had coffee. Some of my fondest memories with Dr. Bob aren't just from board meetings, but from the moments in between, from our coffee meetings to working side by side, making pancakes for PTA members. Those moments remind me that leadership isn't about policy or programs. It's about relationships. And even though I've only sat on this dais for a little over a year, I've known Dr. Bob for nearly a decade through his work in more than 13 years of service in FSD, because I've been an FSD parent, a PTA and ELAC member, and an active part of this community for many years. From every role I held, I've seen firsthand the consistency of his care and his commitment to FSD. And that same care shows up in the work he leaves behind here in our district. Programs like Rising Stars and Dream Catchers. These programs reflect his belief that students thrive when they're truly seen and supported over time. His commitment to expanding access to technology and personalized instruction ensured that learning in this district, in our district, meet students where they are, not where we as a district want them to be. And I think that is very important, and we were just having that discussion earlier. Initiatives like our dual language program and our tiny home project shows his vision clearly that education should be innovative, meaningful, and community-centered. These aren't just programs, they are opportunities for our students to build confidence, compassion, and real-world skills. What I will miss most of you, Dr. Bob, is your steady presence and your genuine belief in collaboration. You have always led with your heart. You understand that schools are not just systems, they are people, they are families, and they are communities. And while I'm sad that we won't continue working together in this next chapter, I am deeply grateful for the foundation that you leave behind here in FSD. Your impact will continue to be felt in our classrooms, our programs, and the lives of students and families for many, many years to come. So I want to thank you for your leadership, your kindness, and for always, always leading with care. I wish you nothing but the best in what's to come, all your fishing trips, and all your time spent at home with your family. Thank you.
Thank you, Vanessa. Go ahead, please.
Mine will be short and sweet. I've only been on the board for about 3 months, but I want to honor Dr. Bob Pletka as you retire after 13 years of dedicated service to our district. While I haven't had the opportunity to work with you for quite a long time, it became clear when I came on board very quickly what you have built here in our district. I deeply admire the innovative nature of your spirit and your leadership and the equity-driven outcomes you have had and positive impact on our district. And this is seen through the cabinet that you have created, as well as the school community and culture that has stability. And that doesn't happen by accident. It's the result of intentional leadership over many years. Throughout your 13 years, from what I have heard from your colleagues and cabinet members and school sites, you have led with integrity, thoughtfulness, and deep commitment to students and families. You've understood that public education is not just about maintaining systems, but about improving them so that every student has access to the opportunity and support. And myself, as an FSD alumnus, I want to personally thank you for your service and for strengthening the district that has helped shape many students' journeys. Because of your leadership, the district is stronger, more inclusive, and well positioned for the future. And on behalf of this board and our community, I want to thank you for your 13 years of service. Thank you.
I get the final round it out. And I know we've already got some public comments of folks that want to add to when we get to that portion. But I was thinking about philosopher Nietzsche talks about a long obedience in the same direction. And he says that's what makes life worth living. And when I thought about you, Dr. Bob, I thought about your long obedience in education and the way that you've been faithful to us and to FSD. I know you've shared with me and with many others that you considered going into the priesthood as a young man. And I think that in the end, you had a different calling, a different vocation to education and leadership. And I think that FSD has become your flock. And we have been blessed by that. You have cared for our kids, our families, our staff, and you've been a good shepherd to us. You've guided us and loved us and met our needs and what we needed, protected us, and helped us all to grow. And, I think it's one of the most sacred and vulnerable duties to care for the well-being of children. And you've exercised that with excellence and honor. In moments of crisis, I've seen your deep care, the way you've responded, the way that you treated every single kid as if they were your own. I've seen you cry with families. I've seen you rejoice with families and celebrate with them and show them that deep love and care. And it's a rare gift. But it's not just our kids, as everyone has shared. It's our families too, the parents, the grandparents, the teachers, the staff, the office managers, custodians, bus drivers. You've shown all of us that same love and care. And, it wasn't from a up on high, wizard behind a curtain kind of power, but really up close and personal, as everyone's described, flipping burgers and playing with kindergarten kids and showing up for things and dressing up and dancing at K-pop events, right? But really being present with us. And you've had a tremendous impact, and you will, on thousands of lives because of that. And it's through that long obedience as a shepherd to Fullerton that you will have generations of impact. As we've talked about, when children are educated and loved, they break cycles of dysfunction, they break cycles of inequality, of poverty, and we see them rise, as we've talked about our rising stars. So thank you for your long, faithful obedience in the same direction to FSD. We are grateful, and you've done an excellent job. So now is when we would normally move into a break, and then we'd normally have our superintendent's report, but I'm wondering do you want to say a few words to wrap up this section, and then we'll take a break after that?
Sure.
Okay.
First, I want to acknowledge all the kids.
Yeah.
I feel I thank you. Appreciate you being here. I know it's been really long. Any of you who have gone to church, this is like church like 4 times long. So thank you. I just a couple things want to acknowledge. I'll share this briefly. My mom actually hasn't heard this piece, but I became an educator because of her. Growing up, she used to say that education was the one way out. And her family, she's the very first in her family to go to college and graduate, very first to get a master's degree, one of the very first in her entire family to get a high school diploma. Her mother grew up in the Appalachian Mountains with a big family that literally did not have shoes. My my mom said she actually forgot this story, but it's one I will never forget. She talked about that her mom told stories that they didn't have enough food, so they mixed actually sawdust in with wheat to make a pancake to eat. And a big family, and my grandmother did not finish 8th grade. And so in my family, my mom was the first to break the cycles of poverty. And she always said, you can help others break that cycle. And I remember I was like 4th or 5th grade, and all the kids were talking about whether they were going to go to college. And I knew while we weren't poor, we struggled. And I knew that, which is, it's got its own piece. I can tell you hot dog stories where we had 300 days of hot dogs, but that's a whole other story. I came home because they were talking about whether they were going to get to go to college. And I said, we don't have money. And I said that to her. And I said, do you think I'll be able to go? And she looked at me and she said, you're going to college. We're going to find a way. You're going to college. And that belief. And she said, and what you're going to do is you're going to help others break those cycles of poverty. And what I think I took out of that is I wanted to pay it forward for her. And the people that helped her, she had an Uncle Harold that helped her believe in her when her father said, you can't go to college. You're gonna be a secretary, you're gonna take some secretarial classes. And Uncle Harold said, you're smart and you're going to college. And that belief of my Uncle Harold helped my mom. And I wanted to do that for kids. And I always wanted, when I see the kids here, I'm like, you're going to be the kids that bring it forward. You're going to be the ones that solve the problems that haven't been solved. You're going to be the ones that give us hope. And you do give us hope. And the piece that belief then is, I went to seminary for 2 years. And I wanted to work with kids in education, in low-income areas, in particular, to help do the thing that's Uncle Harold did for my mom. And what I found through all of this is it's not about programs, and it's not about innovative ideas. It's about people. And I look in the room here today, and it's the people that helped me get through hard times. I remember CSCA. I remember Tanya, Joanne. I don't know if she's still here, but Joanne, and I remember Marlene. I remember Sherry. I remember that when the world was upside down, where every day there was something terrible, where every day somebody told you that somebody had died. Every day that it changed. And those of you who remember, every Friday, I hated Fridays. Every Friday, the governor would come out with new things. Oh, dear God, please, not one more change, please. But everybody was doing their best. Doing their best to do it. But I remember helped me get through that. I was friends like Tanya and working together. And I remember the teachers here. I remember Pamela innovating, like, how are we going to even possibly do this? And I remember Jeremy reached out to Pamela, and they came up a way that we could do it. And I think what I remember about early on when I first came here is that there was a belief by the teachers that we could have a different kind of relationship, that we could do it together. I know a lot of people don't remember Carla Turner, but I remember Carla Turner. And I think she helped forever change this district since I've been here, a belief that we can solve problems together, and that no matter what we face, and we haven't solved all problems, a belief in each other, that if we work together and depend on each other, that we can do it. And so I will always be forever grateful to Carla Turner and that early years, Pamela and Stacy Hollenbeck and Darlene. I remember sitting together, working together, and going through some really tough times. So I want to thank you for that. And again, I for all the kids here, I feel bad. I'll start to wrap up here, but I want to acknowledge our classified management group. We have one of the strongest that I have ever seen and ever played. And I've been in different districts. I think this is I had 7 districts that we're in. I've never seen a group. We are innovative. We take pride in it. We solve problems that are really hard. There was the Snowmageddon where our kids were up on a mountaintop that nobody else could get down. And I remember, where are you, Mike? Mike and his team with transportation, we literally reached out to everybody. And school districts couldn't get their kids down. And remember, Mike was like, hey, we're going to take the team, we're going to go and we're going to wait at the base of the mountain. And they waited all day that first day at the base of the mountain. And then the next day they heard there was this window, but they had to get there. They had to get up and get started at 4 a.m. so they could get there for this small window. And they got there and they were turned down. And the next day they went back. And every day, there was a belief that we're going to do whatever it takes to get our kids down. And that's what our classified management and our classified team did and does every single day. And I did a little shout out. Our principal group, an amazing group. And I owe a debt of gratitude to all our principals who I asked to do really hard stuff. And what they do to go above and beyond. And I do want to take one moment to thank Jose. Nicholas, we've been working really hard to make changes at Nicholas. And it was probably the one school that I really felt like we hadn't moved the needle. And Jose came in and created something pretty special. And so to Jose and the team for doing that. And I want to take a moment to thank my cabinet. I can't even believe what we've done, and I won't tell the stories because, but every crazy idea. You've been there. Sometimes it talked me off the ledge, so thank you for that. But most of the time, to find a way to make it happen. And you helped get us through the pandemic. We met every single day. We met for 6 hours a day to try to solve the problems that, by the way, no one else at that point had solved. Everything from distancing to food service, everything. And every day there was a belief we're going to do whatever it takes to make sure that we're there for our family. And I am just forever grateful, and I will remember what you did, and I'm grateful. And I want to thank Adana. Adana, the work she's done to really do a lot of good work to improve our instruction. And I could talk about that, but I'm not. Instead, I want to talk about the joy that she brings me. I love being around Adana, and I love being around her because of the joy that she brings. So I've loved working with you, Adana. So thank you. Thank you for that. And then just the last piece, I want to say something to people don't know this. Fullerton, if you've only lived in Fullerton, you don't know how special it is. You don't know that in most cities, they do not have the community organizations and the people that are committed to this place. They don't know. I can tell you, and I just a couple. I don't know. Marlene's here, and as part part of the Phelps Foundation that most people here. They have given to the schools millions of dollars. You know, Marlene's uncle gave us $5 million this year. We have a community that has always stepped up. Larry and Summer Hauser, and what they did for our families and communities where children suffer autism, and they have been there all the way. We have Jay Williams from OC United, who's been a part all along the way. I'm going to come to an end, but I think what makes this place a place that has left a mark, and you've all left a legacy with me, and what you've done and what you've inspired me to do and the hope you've given me. And I'm incredibly grateful and thankful. And just to say, your family and your friends, and I've said to other people, I don't have time for friends outside, and so the only friends that I have are those right here in this community and this district. So thank you, everybody, and thanks for 13 and a half incredible years.
We will take at least a 5-minute recess so you all can give your hugs and take any last cupcakes and celebrate or slip out. take your seats one more minute, please.
You can do whatever you want today. Yeah, continue talking. Nobody's gonna say anything. We'll just wait for you.
Okay, thank you for returning to your seats, folks. We will continue with our board meeting now. I am going to take a point of order, and we have two public comments tonight, and both have to do with Dr. Bob's retirement. So I'm going to go ahead and move to our public comment section, which is a little bit out of order, but I think that will allow folks who are here to wish him well to then say their comments and then take off if they wish to. So the first will be Marlene McGlincy, and then second will be Deborah Cogland. So Marlene, if you would like to join us at the podium, you are welcome. Thank you. And public comments are for 3 minutes to address the board. Okay, thank you so much.
With Dr. Pletka. He's a very persuasive person, and under his leadership and direction, he's talked us into giving almost $1.4 million to FSD, which I know my uncle showed us up by giving more. But of all the superintendents I've had the pleasure of working with, you have been my favorite. Your honesty and forthcoming nature set you apart and made our collaboration not just productive, but genuinely enjoyable. You made yourself available when we needed you, and more importantly, you truly listened. Seems to be a theme I keep hearing tonight. You took the time to understand our priorities and perspectives, which made all the difference in our work together. What impressed me most was your remarkable ability to communicate the district's needs and wishes with enthusiasm and clarity. Your excitement for the schools was contagious. It energized everyone around you and reminded us why this work matters so much. Your genuine love for the students and for learning was moving to witness and inspired us to bring our best to our shared mission. I will miss working with you. I'm happy for you as you enter the next chapter. You've given so much to students, families, and community of FSD. You deserve to thoroughly enjoy your retirement. Thank you for your leadership, your partnership, and your unwavering dedication to students. But I hope to party with you. So, take care.
Thank you so much. And Deborah Cogland, please join us.
Good evening, President Hanchett, Board of Trustees, Dr. Pletka, Cabinet, and community. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you this evening during such an important moment for this district. I would like to begin by expressing my sincere gratitude to Dr. Pletka for his 13 and a half years of dedicated service as superintendent. Longevity in this role is rare, and it speaks volumes about the trust placed in him, the stability he has provided, and the leadership he demonstrated day in and day out. Dr. Pletka has been deeply committed to students, staff, and the broader community, and that commitment has been evident in both his decisions and his presence. As a retired superintendent myself, I fully understand the complexity, pressure, and personal sacrifice that comes with this position. The superintendent role demands clarity of vision, excellence, resilience, humility, and an unwavering focus on what is best for students, often while navigating competing interests and difficult realities. Dr. Pletka has led with integrity and steadiness, and he has built and supported a team that understands the district's vision and believes in the work. That kind of leadership leaves a lasting imprint on an organization. My comments tonight also come from a deeply personal space. I grew up in Fullerton. I attended Fullerton schools. Our children attended Fullerton schools. This community helped shape who I am as a leader, as an educator, and as a person. Because of that, I feel both pride and responsibility when I speak about the future of this district. It is from that place of care and respect that I want to share a small concern. In recent years, I worry that the district may have drifted from its core commitment to exemplary education for all students, regardless of neighborhood, zip code, or which side of Chapman they live on. Fullerton has long been known for strong academics, innovation, meaningful partnerships with families and the community. As you move forward in this superintendent search, I urge you to recommit to those values and to seek a leader who will boldly champion excellence, innovation, and authentic community engagement, a leader like you already have. Dr. Pletka will be deeply missed. His leadership, institutional knowledge, and steady presence cannot be replaced, but they can be honored by the choices made next. As he enters retirement, I wish you, Bob, nothing but the very best. Meaningful time with your best friend and wife, Katie, all the fishing you have ever dreamed of, and continued opportunities to support and mentor other superintendents, just like I was, as they strive to be the best leaders they can be. Your influence will extend far beyond your final day in this role. Thank you, Board, for your service, for your thoughtful consideration during this search, and for your continued commitment to the students and families of Fullerton.
Thank you, Debbie. So at this point, we would normally have our superintendent reports and then information from the Board of Trustees. I will ask Dr. Bob if you have any further information you wish to share that we should be aware of. They've heard enough? Okay. Then I will ask my trustees if there's anything that they would like to add beyond the discussion of Dr. Bob. I'll start. Bev, is there anything else you would like to add? Okay. Trustee Cho?
Yeah, so just to kind of summarize what I've been up to since the last board meeting, I had an opportunity to go to Parks Junior High and look at the presentation and view the presentation at the Performance Academy, and also go to Laguna Road and do a tour of the Korean dual language program. At Fissler, there was a presentation led by Dr. Koglin about some of the updates to the measure, the bond money, and what kind of facilities that site would get. And finally, rounded out most recently with going to Fern Drive's first inaugural multicultural night. And all of this reminded me of the wonderful work that our teachers, our staff, and our parents are putting in, or doing by putting in the time and the sweat and often tears to make sure that Fullerton School District is the best school district possible. And I say this because I look at what's happening around us in the world and in the news, and it gives me some comfort to know that our community is sticking together and banding together. And for those that might be worried about what's happening elsewhere happening here, just know that this entire board, I think it's not crazy for me to say, your kids are safe with us, and we will protect them, and we will make sure that we do everything that we can to ensure that they get the public education they deserve. Thank you.
Thanks. Vanessa, would you like to add anything?
Happy New Year, everyone. And I too am going to take this time to read something that I wrote because I feel like it's very relevant. And even though I've spoken about this issue in the past, I feel like it's always important to repeat myself and to make sure that our families hear my message. Yesterday, we honored the legacy of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., whose life work was rooted in the pursuit of justice, the protection of civil liberties, and the belief that every person in this country deserves dignity, safety, and equal treatment under the law. Dr. King understood that justice is not passive, that it requires moral courage, collective responsibility, and a willingness to stand up for those who are being harmed or silenced. And that message is deeply relevant today, literally today. Members of our community, particularly our Hispanic and Latino families and other communities of color, are experiencing fear and uncertainty. We have seen instances where individuals have been racially profiled and taken by our own government, including American citizens. And when I say this, relevant today, I literally mean it happened today. These actions are impacting our students, our families, and the sense of safety within our schools and neighborhoods. It is important that our children and our families understand this moment in history through the lens Dr. King taught us, that standing up for justice and civil liberties is about protecting everyone. Just as he fought for the civil rights and humanity of all people in this country, we must be clear today that our families matter, that their fears are real, and that they are not alone. To our Fullerton School District families and staff, we see you, we hear you, and we at the Fullerton School District are here for you. And I want to state clearly and unequivocally that the Fullerton School District is a safe district. Our schools are places of learning, care, and support. If you or your family need assistance, please reach out to your school site, your social service assistants, many of who are here today, or our district staff. We are here to help, to connect you with resources, and to support our community throughout the year. And as we move forward into this new year, let us honor Dr. King, not only in words, but through action, by protecting our students, supporting our families, and continuing to build a school district grounded in dignity, equity, and respect for all. Thank you.
Thank you, Vanessa. Miguel, do you want to add anything?
Thank you, Vanessa. Similarly, as a proud son of immigrants and a dedicated member of the Fullerton School Board, I stand firmly with our immigrant families during these challenging times. Over the weekend, we witnessed Immigration and Customs Enforcement take action across Orange County, including Fullerton, Placentia, Anaheim, and Santa Ana. That has instilled fear and uncertainty in our communities at a moment when we should be reflecting on justice, dignity, and collective care. My own family has felt this fear, including my niece, a current Fern Drive undocumented student from Mexico. Like many others, we are now carrying our passport cards or permanent resident identification documents out of concern that we may be racially profiled. It is a real thing. This reality is deeply troubling and unacceptable, and it is important to be clear that this is not only a Latino issue. Immigrants come from every part of the world and from every racial, ethnic, and religious background, whether you're Korean, Muslim, Arab, European, or Latin American, or any other group that you identify with. We stand in solidarity with all immigrant communities, and at the same time, we cannot ignore the reality that Latino families are disproportionately impacted and are facing targeting and racial profiling and harm. Education is also under attack. Our schools must remain a place where history is taught honestly, where current events are not erased, and where students learn to think critically about justice, democracy, and human rights. Across the country, we're seeing, for example, in New Hampshire, efforts to undermine public education and move towards segregation in all white schools. We reject that here in our district. We will continue to be a beacon of opportunity and equity, and we are committed to remaining an integrated school system that accepts all, supports all, and stands with our community, regardless of immigration background or status. We will work with our community partners to ensure that our families have access to the resources they need. And as an alumnus of this district, I know the firsthand effect of the power of education to change my own life and the lives of my family. And our schools can propel our students and families towards stability, financial security, and success. And every learner and family in our district deserves that opportunity. To our immigrant families, you belong here, you are valued, and you are not alone. I will continue to fight for you, and I will ensure to advocate for you and push equity and justice, regardless of being on this board or not. It is in our power to protect, support, and uplift your children, your families, and to do so with compassion. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm really grateful for this board. Thank you for all that you've shared. And, like you, like all of you, I think I was struggling this week with what to say when we look at the national news, what's going on in Minnesota, and what's, as we heard, going on in our own backyard in Fullerton and Placentia and Anaheim, where people have been disappeared from our neighborhoods. You could, maybe some might argue that this is outside the scope of the board's responsibility, but as Vanessa pointed out, injustice anywhere is a threat to justice everywhere. And the rollback of our constitutional rights, our human rights, it affects us all. And when we saw public school teachers defending their children, their students in Minnesota last week, it means it matters to all of us. And we can't remain silent. So, we use the platforms that we have to speak out in the ways that we can. And I think, as Senator Cory Booker has said many times, this is not a left or right issue. This is a right and wrong issue. And we want to be on the right side of history. We want to be on the right side of human rights, of compassion, and of dignity and justice. So, as you've heard, our FSD board stands with our community, with our kids, with our students, our families, and against this wrong. I want to also acknowledge that this month of January is Human Trafficking Prevention Month. This is another topic I think is very critical that we talk about, because it does also affect us in our community as well as our kids. The Orange County Human Trafficking Task Force identified more than 411 victims of human trafficking over the years of 2023 and 24. But they estimate that the actual numbers are much closer to about 20,000 people amongst us in Orange County who are experiencing human trafficking or slavery today. But for the very first time on record, half of those people, half of the 400 people found, were minors this time, for the first time ever. And most of those minors, the average was 14 years old. That's our junior hires, right? So we need to be talking about these issues. We see that especially the commercial sexual exploitation of children through online exploitation is the way that we see it most increasing. And so we have to continue to talk about digital safety and online protection for our kids. And it's important, especially for us adults, to have these hard conversations, to be brave, to let our kids know that we're willing to have the conversation and that we can protect them and work with them no matter what someone's done, or no matter what, even if they believe they've made a mistake, they won't get in trouble and we will help them through it. So I want to encourage folks to continue to have this conversation, especially this month and as we go forward this year. And if you want to learn more, I suggest the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children, or send me an email. I'd be happy to talk a lot more about it. So we'll conclude our board reports now. And we will be moving on. If we have any further information from our associations, I can hear that now, but I believe everyone's had a chance to share and has left. But I do see that our Fullerton Education, our Teachers Association would love to share with us. So welcome, Charlie.
I really wanted to get up here twice. Good evening, President Hanchett, board members, Dr. Pletka, cabinet, FETA members, and guests. Congratulations to all the dream catchers, but now they've left, so I'm glad they're going home. And thank you to my team for coming up when I had to speak before. They are now going to be my Vannas because besides the celebration for Dr. Pletka, it is School Board Member Appreciation Month. So we wanted to just give you guys just a little something. We appreciate, oh, we can clap for them, yeah. You know, your words tonight are huge. And that's part of why we appreciate you so much for what you have said. But beyond that, FETA appreciates the time and dedication you have given to our organization, your willingness to attend our rep council meetings and engage in informal conversations via phone or over coffee, ensure transparency, and demonstrates that we are valued as district employees. We look forward to our continued working relationship throughout this school year and beyond. On behalf of CTA, we would like to invite you, I already sent you to the flyer, and then my Vanna's passed you one out, I think, to a virtual school board member training from CTA. This session will focus on the fundamentals of governance, best practices for effective trusteeship, and building strong partnerships with educators and labor within the community. Members of our executive board will also attend to better understand the scope of your responsibilities and how we can support you. While we know Dr. Pletka is irreplaceable, we've heard that tonight, we truly value having a voice in the selection of the next superintendent. Our members have completed 2 surveys to provide leadership associates with insight into what we value most for our students and families. Finally, again, we suggest that both the board and the cabinet reflect on current programs, and our goal is to streamline busy schedules while ensuring we effectively meet the needs of our district's primary focus, our students. Thank you.
Thank you. Would anyone from CSEA care to add anything to the discussion? Okay. Or our special education parent association? Nope. Okay. Then we will move on. We are going to approve our minutes from previous meetings next, since we've completed our public comments. So I'm looking for a proposal to approve the minutes from the organizational meeting on December 9.
So moved.
Second.
Second. Okay. Then all those in favor of approving the minutes, say aye.
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 Any opposed? Okay, that passes. Next would be our approval of the special board meeting on December 17, where we gave input and discussed the process of selecting our new superintendent.
So moved.
Second.
Great. All those in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed? No. Oh, I say aye too. I think I forgot to vote on the last one. It's a 5-0 for both of those. Thank you. Okay, next we're going to look at our agenda to approve it. I know we had some additions of our consent item around
1A.
B
Or A.
with our class of our certificated
1A.
1A. Are there any other changes to the agenda at this point or suggestions of movement? Good. Okay. Then do we have a proposal to approve the agenda with that change in the consent item?
I'll move to approve the agenda as amended.
Okay.
Second.
Okay. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Okay.
And anyone opposed? Okay, it passes 5-0. Next, I think we will be hearing from
Audit.
we'll be discussing the audit with a presentation from Dr. Rob.
Yes, at this time I'd like to have Jessica Berry. She's with our auditing firm, Nigro. And Jessica tonight will be presenting 2 audit reports. We have the one for 24-25 for the entire district, and then we also have the 24-25 bond audit report. Each of you did receive this audit report. I'm sure everybody read it from Cho, right? But it's actually a really good audit, and she will go over quickly, kind of go over the audit report with you. She's not going to go page by page, but kind of hit the highlights. And then if you have any questions after, she can answer those. So I'll turn it over to Jessica.
Of course. Thank you for the introduction. As mentioned, my name is Jessica. It's actually Miller now, just changed recently, but that's right. I'm a partner with Nigro & Nigro, and we serve as your independent auditor. So what I normally do in presentations is give a very brief overview of our process for the audit and then the report itself, and then more than happy to answer any questions, as was said. So our process that we do for each audit, it's really an annual cycle that we go through. We break it up into 3 different phases throughout the year. Our very first phase will be starting actually pretty soon with most of our districts, and that is our site visits. So we take a sample of your different school sites, and we actually are out at the school sites looking at attendance taking procedures as well as ASB activities for the sites that have ASBs. Attendance obviously a large driver for most of your different fundings, and so we want to make sure there's proper checks and balances, accountability over how attendance is taken at the sites. Fast forward a little bit, we do our first visit at the district office. We call it our interim visit, really happens in the spring. At this point, your books aren't closed, so we're not really looking at final numbers or financials, but we're looking at controls and compliance. So for controls, we want to make sure there's proper checks and balances, that there's approvals, documentation, things are being done timely, that sort of thing. This involves taking samples of different transactions and making sure that they're documented properly. Also involves a lot of questionnaires with staff, having them walk us through their processes so that we can evaluate and make sure that there are those checks and balances within your processes. We also do a fair amount of compliance testing at this point in the game. State and federal guidelines both come with different compliance areas that we have to test. For federal, we do a rotation of your different larger federal programs that you operate. For state, we have a state audit guide that specifically says what programs. I'm not going to go through all the different things that we look at, but this can be anything from a notice having to be posted by a certain date to an expenditure being allowable for a particular program. There's a lot of different pieces involved in that. Fast forward again, we come back to the district office in the fall. At this point, your books are closed, and so at that point, we're really putting our focus on the financials, working our way through your unaudited actuals, making sure that the numbers that are presented there are presented fairly, and we can tie that out to supporting documentation. All of that leads to the very fun audit reports. As was mentioned, maybe not the most exciting reading, a little bit on the dry side, but I'll kind of give you the highlights. Starts off at the very opening with a letter. This is our opinion letter, and this is a clean or an unmodified opinion, what you're hoping for. It's saying that we agree that the financials as presented here are presented fairly in all material aspects. So that's what that first letter is saying. After that, there's about 8 pages or so of what's known as management's discussion and analysis. I'll sometimes call it the cliff notes of the audit report. It gives shortened versions of the financial statements, and it also gives current year as well as prior year. So it gives you a little bit of context and says very brief descriptions of kind of why this went up and down. So again, gives a good overview and a little bit of context with those prior year numbers. After that are the main financial statements with all the detail, and then the bulk of the report after that is the notes. A lot of these really require disclosures on accounting policies. Certain areas have a lot of required notes. Your pensions and OPEB, for example, are the biggest chunk. Again, a lot of required disclosures when it comes to those items. After the notes, there's some additional schedules in the back. Again, more schedules on pension, more schedules on OPEB. They take up a good chunk of it. You'll also see a budgetary comparison schedule, schedule showing your ADA for the year, your instructional minutes, your federal expenditures for the year. So there's a few of the different ones that you will see in the back. And then kind of wrapping up at the end, there's 3 additional letters. So that initial one was our opinion over your financials. The ones in the back, there's a letter in compliance with governmental auditing standards, over federal compliance, and then over state compliance. So those are kind of how those are broken out. So they're all cleaner, unmodified opinions back. And then very, very end of it after that would be any findings that were noted. There weren't any reported in this year's audit report, as well as the resolution of any prior year findings, and then any management comments. These are kind of just best practice suggestions all the way to the end. So again, quick overview of our process in the report, and then I think the bond is the next item, so I'll save a little bit of information for that one, but I'm happy to answer any questions on the main district audit.
Thank you. Do we have any questions from our board? No questions at this time. Thank you so much.
Of course. I think I'm next item too.
Yeah.
Okay.
So we'll move to the bond audit report, please.
All right, so this one will be shorter, obviously a much shorter audit report as it comes through. As we're going through the whole process with your audit, we are looking at the bond simultaneously with the district as a whole. These funds are separated out into your Fund 21, which is included in the district audit report, and then it's pulled out separately in the report as well. When we're doing our bond audits, we're really focusing very heavily on expenditures. Main purpose of a bond, you've issued bond funds in order to then take those funds and use it for school facilities, construction projects. And so really when we're testing bonds, we're taking large chunks of your expenditures, testing those, looking for allowability compared to the ballot language of the bond, and then also making sure there's proper documentation, proper approvals. We also spend some time on contract testing when it comes to bonds. A lot of the projects are large-scale projects that are required to follow public contract code. They have to be advertised, go out to bid, things like that. So we'll pull a sample of the different contracts that are in place, make sure proper bidding and advertising was done on that, making sure that you're not change orders, those types of things when it comes to public contract code. Again, for salaries that are spent out of the bonds, not a large chunk of salaries, but also again, looking at those, making sure they're properly documented and that they are allowable per ballot language for your particular bond measure. That leads to, again, much smaller audit report, but laid out in kind of a similar fashion. Starts off with a little bit of background information. Very first page of this is really just kind of a background of your bond itself, your bond oversight committee, what you have issued. After that is our opinion letter, again, another cleaner, unmodified opinion, and then the financials and the notes. After the financial statements, this will also show you kind of your debt repayment schedules on the bonds you currently have issued. What I'll usually draw attention to in these reports is all the way on the actually very, very last page of this report. It has a list of procedures performed in that back letter, and that kind of gives bullet points of the different things that we do. Talks about contracts, change orders, expenditure testing. We do site visits as well, where we just go and make sure that, yes, there are construction projects actually happening at these sites that we're seeing all the expenditures for. That's part of our process as well. So again, it just kind of gives a nice overview of what we do in our audit of the bond. And so that's kind of a page that I will usually point people to. Again, more than happy to answer any questions you might have on our testing or the report itself.
Will you do will this, for the bond, is it every year as well?
Correct, yes.
Any questions from my board? No. So just to reiterate, clean or unmodified opinion for both reports, meaning the best score we can get. We're really grateful for the work of our staff in keeping us accountable and transparent in all of our processes with our money. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. And again, I do want to thank Damien, Joanne, and their staff. Getting a report like this doesn't just happen. It's hard work, and it's 365 days a year, 366 during leap year. And I know it feels like they've worked multiple weekends. So thank you to staff for putting this together. Thank you.
Thank you. I would like to take a point to look at our agenda. I should have done this when we were considering adopting our agenda, but I'm realizing that we have a lot of principals who will have early mornings tomorrow that are waiting for our consent items. So could my board, are you okay with moving our consent agenda to approval right now?
No, make them stay.
Yeah?
Yes.
Okay, then I will bring that our consent agenda items from section 9 to the floor of discussion now. Are there any items which we would like to pull or discuss before we vote on them?
I don't want to pull, but I have comments.
Okay, I'd love to hear them. Go ahead.
Okay, I was just going to alert or just kind of bring to people's attention that our SARC reports are published or going to publish the beginning of February. And for people that have never looked at them, I think that it's a great way to really understand schools and what's happening in our schools. Each one of those plans is a very comprehensive view of exactly what programs are there, how many teachers, what the test scores are, demographics, the cost, the costs. I mean, everything that not everything, but most of all, what you would need as a parent looking at your schools, that's a great place to go. And so I really, and just the attention to all that information, I truly appreciate the collaboration between our departments because that doesn't happen easily. To bring all that information together. So I appreciate that.
And that can be found at sarconline.org.
February 1st.
Online.org.
They're not posted yet.
Not yet. But last year's would be, I think. it's a great place to learn during open enrollment, which is ongoing right now.
I also wanted to just shout out that when we talk about our district and the notoriety in which we have people here that really do take their jobs seriously and give back to other school districts. DD, having Jeremy go to the conference and being part of that, lots of our staff are doing that, but we truly appreciate your innovation and everything that you do to bring that to our students and back to our district, and having just your expertise, I think, is worth acknowledging. Our tiny home, our collaboration with Pathways of Hope, getting that in writing before somebody leaves. That nobody else wants to dance for it. So really, truly appreciate all of the time and effort in making sure that our families are provided with as many resources as we can, and that our tiny home program will continue on. I think that's all I had for now.
Thank you. Anyone else? Yeah. I just wanted to acknowledge and say thank you to our generous donors. We heard about some of the grants from the Phelps Foundation, but even this month we looked at All the Arts Foundation, the Korean Consulate, and I know that Fullerton Education Foundation has given over $40,000 in teacher grants this month. So we are grateful for all of our partners that make so much possible. So thank you.
Continue, right? Yeah.
Yes. Okay, so with that said, do I have a motion to approve our consent agenda?
So moved.
With the change.
Second. With the change, yes, with change in the certificate
in A
report.
Yeah, so I'll move it with the addendum to consent item 1 alpha.
Thank you.
Second, as long as Rosanna stays on her seat.
Okay. So it's been moved and seconded. Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay, it passes 5-0. We thank you for those who stayed for your consent agenda items, and you are welcome to hear our next report about social emotional learning, which we are all very excited for. Thank you, Rosanna, and welcome.
Oh, I don't know if
They love us. We're dashboard. Oh, so all of that.
It's been really dashboard's at the end, so sorry.
Sorry, we can't move that. You have the presentation. Okay. Start.
Take a minute. Ready? No.
Good evening, President Hanchett, Board of Trustees, Superintendent Pletka, Executive Cabinet, and all families present and listening online. My name is Rosanna Fonseca, and I'm the Interim Director of Administrative Services. Typically, during these yearly presentations, we focus solely on our SEL team and the work we do. But tonight, we're taking a different approach. Today's focus is behind the curtain, unsung heroes, visible success. We want to shine a light on some of the important people who make this comprehensive work possible. Yes, SEL is a critical component, but the visible success we see across our district, students with stable housing, engaged parents, improved behavior outcomes, these don't happen in isolation. Behind the curtain, there's an entire team of unsung heroes working tirelessly to support our students and families. These are community liaisons and social services assistants tracking down resources at all hours, the PBIS coaches partnering with staff to strengthen positive behavior systems school-wide, the student behavior lead teachers supporting colleagues with behavior concerns in their classrooms, and the staff ensuring our most vulnerable students have what they need to succeed. Their work often goes unnoticed, but the impact is undeniable. Tonight, we're pulling back that curtain to recognize some of the individuals who contribute to our mission of supporting the whole child. This is their moment. Our SEL focus began in 2019 under Dr. Bob's vision, well before the pandemic made this work a national priority. When COVID hit, we had to pivot quickly, but our vision remained unwavering. Dr. Helene Morris and Dr. Robin Gilligan stepped up to develop a clear path forward, creating new department structures to address SEL needs district-wide. Throughout this evolution, this work has remained under Dr. Hammett's department, vision, and leadership. What's important to understand is that the scope of this work has grown far beyond SEL. All right. We now support parent engagement, support for immigration families, and focused attention on our McKinney-Vento and foster youth populations. As we continue to evolve and adjust our approach across all these critical areas, Dr. Hammett provides the continuity and leadership we need to maintain our growth and momentum. We're building on a strong foundation while staying responsive to the comprehensive needs of our students, staff, and families. This timeline shows how we've intentionally built our support systems layer by layer, year by year. Each milestone represents a strategic decision to deepen our commitment to the whole child. We began in the 21-22 school year by laying the groundwork. We launched our SEL team and implemented Second Step, our Tier 1 curriculum in all 20 schools. Every school earned PBIS recognition, and we extended positive behavior supports to transportation with PBIS on the bus. In year 2, our focus shifted to deepening interventions. We added Tier 2 SEL curriculum for students needing additional supports. All schools maintained PBIS recognition, and we offered restorative practices and classroom circles trainings district-wide. Year 3 brought breakthrough moments in infrastructure, the hub opening, providing essential resources to families. For the first time, all 20 schools earned PBIS Platinum, the highest state recognition. Every school gained access to SSAs or community liaison support. And in 24-25 school year, we focused on streamlining systems. All 20 schools maintained platinum status. We created the pre-tip and tip forms to refine the MTIS behavior process, making intervention supports more accessible and efficient. This brings us to today, our strongest year yet. We've built a thriving PBIS system, and we've taken our supports to the next level with embedded on-site resources. The launch of our SBLT program means that teachers now receive real-time support and empowering right where they need it most, in their classrooms. Additionally, every school now has a dedicated on-site SSA who supports families directly and serves as an integral part of the school community. This comprehensive approach represents our most complete support system to date. 5 years of intentional growth. This is what sustainable, comprehensive student support looks like.
Hi, my name is Amy Lees, and I'm a program specialist for SEL and behavior supports. Our district's unsung heroes do incredible work daily. Today, we are spotlighting 4 groups. Community liaisons guide our social services assistants while building community partnerships to support FSD families. Social services assistants connect families to resources and remove barriers. PBIS coaches build positive cultures and prevention systems, partnering with teachers to strengthen classroom practices and school-wide expectations. Student behavior lead teachers support colleagues with research-based strategies for students needing additional behavior intervention. The unseen contributions of our community liaisons, social services assistants, PBIS coaches, and student behavior lead teachers make a profound difference every day. Their quiet, consistent efforts support student growth, strengthen school culture, and create a connected, caring environment where our entire school community can thrive. Our community liaisons work quietly behind the scenes, but their impact is powerful, necessary, and important. They are who we run to when no one else is around. Evenings, weekends, breaks, and summer. For over 26 years, Juan Fonseca has been a pillar in our district. His connections run deep. He knows everyone. And more importantly, everyone knows that they can count on him. He's built trust family by family, conversation by conversation, year after year. Grace Cortez jumped right in this summer with only 2 days of training before we left for summer break. She hit the ground running, partnering with Juan to support families, and within days, she connected with community partners and secured donations from Amazon, Albertsons, Sprouts, and more. When no one else is around, they are here. They connect, they support, they show up. Please welcome Juan and Grace.
What you see in these photos tells some of that story. Our food distributions don't always happen during office hours. Community events are sometimes on Saturdays. Holiday support comes when our schools are closed. Take a moment to look at these images. Every single one required countless hours of coordination with our community partners, securing donations, arranging logistics, and us showing up when it mattered most. The food drives, the partnerships with the local businesses, the holiday events, none of this happens automatically. And yes, sometimes a family does text at 8 p.m. because they're unhoused and need a place to sleep. Sometimes a community partner does call on a Sunday about available resources. We answer. The network you're seeing in these photos exists because of the relationships we've built through consistent presence and follow-through year after year.
The Tiny Home Initiative provides 2 of our families experiencing homelessness with temporary housing for 6 to 12 months while they work towards stability or stabilization. Grace and I case manage alongside Pathways of Hope staff, providing wraparound support. We connect families with mental health services, deliver food, help with job applications, communicate with schools, fix leaks, and find umbrellas, whatever our families need. Through the hub, families receive basic necessities so that they can prioritize savings and employment. This partnership creates a pathway from crisis to stability, and we walk alongside them every step of the way. Social service assistants serve as vital bridges between students, families, and essential resources, ensuring that barriers to learning are identified and addressed so every child has the support they need to thrive both in and out of the classroom. I'm happy to introduce Christian Alvarez Santiago and Diana Vidales, 2 compassionate SSAs who work behind the scenes every day to ensure our school community has access to the services and connections that make a real difference. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Christian Alvarez Santiago, former FSD student and current district SSA supporting both Acacia Elementary and Golden Hill Elementary. Social services assistants play a vital role in supporting students and families across the Fullerton School District. We connect families to essential resources such as food, clothing, and hygiene items, school supplies, and food pantries, while also providing information and referrals related to healthcare, housing, and mental health services. Through the dedicated work of our team, we help remove barriers to learning and ensure students and families have access to the basic supports they need to thrive. Our district supports students and families through meaningful partnerships and cross-departmental collaborations with community schools serving as a vital partner within our district. The Champions for Learning Conference brought together over 1,000 students and families and community members for meals, performances, workshops, and a resource fair. Operation School Bell, partnering with the Assistance League of Fullerton, provided students with clothing, hygiene items, and school supplies through a dignified Target shopping experience. The Pathways of a Hope holiday program ensured families received food and gifts during the holiday season. Community Schools has been an instrumental in all of these efforts. Their partnership with Nutrition Services deserves special recognition. When SNAP funds were frozen, we worked together to immediately feed families. Our social service assistants make this work possible, connecting families with resources at each campus and ensuring equitable access across our district. The numbers I am about to present represent real families and real needs, being met through our comprehensive support system, not just statistics, but lives changed and community strength. Multiple food drives served nearly 2,000 individuals, including 404 during the SNAP and Freeze, 864 during summer home delivery, and 570 families through drive-through distribution. Since July 2025, the Hub has provided basic essentials, hygiene products, clothing, school supplies to 284 families, reaching 1,084 individuals. Notably, we're already matching last year's total numbers, and we're only halfway through the school year. Since September 2025, the Dolphin Market, led by our SSA Hilda Shimizu at Pacific Drive, has served 1,689 families. That's 3,527 individuals receiving weekly food support. SSAs connect families to critical resources year-round. This year, 548 students received clothing and supplies through our Operation School Bell, and 447 families, 1,226 individuals participated in holiday programs. SSAs also facilitate connections to healthcare, mental health, and housing resources. Behind every number is a barrier removed and a family supported.
Good evening. My name is Diana Vidalis. I am a district SSA supporting Ladera Vista Junior High. We've looked at the data, but I want to take a moment to share what those numbers look like in real life. I worked with an MKV family who was living in a motel. The student's mother was eager to find a job, but there was a barrier she couldn't get around. Her child depended on public transportation, and as a parent, she didn't feel comfortable letting her travel alone. Every day, she rode the bus with her just to make sure she arrived safely. That meant there was little time to search for work. I supported the family with basic needs, provided a bus pass, and advocated for the student to join after-school program. That small shift made a big difference. The student had a safe, consistent place to be at the end of the school day, and the mother finally had a peace of mind. With her child supported on campus, the mother gained the flexibility she needed to begin looking for work. This is the email I later received from her. Hi, Diana. Wanted to thank you for the pantry box of goodies you left for me and my child. I picked it up last Friday and thought everything was great. Thanks so much. Now on to my amazing news for you. I had a Zoom interview last Monday and started my new temp job the same week on Thursday. While that was incredible and a godsend, I received even better news on Friday. My child and I were just accepted into a temporary 90-day rapid rehousing shelter in Orange County that will help us get back on our feet and find affordable housing within the next 3 months. Woohoo! My new job is doing accounting work for an air conditioning company, and the shelter program is local. It feels like blessings are raining down on us from all sides right now, and it feels amazing. People like you and all the wonderful work you do have restored my faith in humanity. Thank you, and thank God for all you do, Miss Diana, and may God bless you and your family 1,000 times over. I am happy to report that Mom is still actively working and has moved into transitional housing with the student. She is also working on a permanent housing plan with her caseworker, and we continue to check in and keep each other updated. Stories like this demonstrate the power of timely, coordinated support. When we remove barriers for families, we create opportunities for them to move towards stability and self-sufficiency. This is what makes this work and our SSA team so impactful. There are many other ways our district continues to support families. We reach out to those experiencing housing insecurity and foster families multiple times each month, building the trust and relationships that create lasting change. We take time to understand each family's unique strengths and challenges so we can provide support that truly meets them where they are. Through consistent outreach and individualized care, we're walking alongside families and investing in their well-being. The Whatever It Takes Youth, or WITty Funds, is an exciting new collaboration between FSD and OC United Way that will provide young people ages 12 to 24 who are at risk of or currently experiencing homelessness with financial support to help them secure permanent housing. While OC United Way's United to End Homelessness initiative expands beyond its pilot phase in the coming months, I'm working directly with our SSAs to manage referrals and ensure families continue receiving support through my connection at the Orangewood Foundation. Every connection made, every barrier removed, and every step towards stability is driven by our SSAs and our community liaisons. Through all of our consistent presence and advocacy, we are not just responding to crisis, we are helping families and young people build a more stable and secure future.
Hello, I'm Amy Sotolongo. I'm the PBIS TOSA. You've seen how we meet basic needs. Now we will shift to address the social, emotional, behavior, and mental health needs of our students. So tonight we'd also like to share our latest SRSS-IE data with you. The SRSS Student Risk Screening Scale for Internalizing and Externalizing Behaviors is a universal screener our teachers complete 3 times a year: the fall, the winter, and the spring. Once the screener is completed, our school teams use this data to guide interventions on all of our campuses. Our MTSS framework since 2021 has consistently maintained a healthy distribution with approximately 75 to 80% of our students in Tier 1, which is low risk, across all the years, demonstrating sustained effectiveness in our universal supports even through the challenges of the pandemic and recovery period. Tonight, we'd also like to share our latest SRSS-IE data with you. So this slide shows our risk screening results across 3 screening periods that our teachers completed, which measures both our internalizing behaviors and our externalizing behaviors. So internalizing would be like anxiety and withdrawn, and then externalizing would be more aggression or defiance. So the spring 2025 data is from last school year, and then our fall and winter represent our current school year. So let me explain what you're seeing here. These pyramids show you how our students are doing behaviorally and emotionally across time. Think of it like a health check. At the bottom in green, we have most of our students. Currently about 81% who are doing well with our Tier 1 curriculum and classroom supports. These are our kids who are thriving. In the orange middle section, we have some students, currently around 13%, who need a little extra help. Maybe they join a small group for social skills at lunch or receive some mentoring throughout the week. At the top of you see we have a small number of students, currently around 5%, who need intensive one-on-one supports because they may need additional social emotional skill development. So the good news is we have those supports in place to address student needs at all 3 of our tiers. Whether a student needs universal classroom strategies, targeted interventions, or intensive individualized support, we're ready to meet those needs exactly where our students are. Here's why the pyramid shape matters. It shows our system is healthy. In a well-functioning school, most kids should be doing fine. Some need some extra help, and a few need intensive services. That's exactly what we're seeing across all 3 of our screening periods. Looking at the trends from spring to winter, we're seeing positive movement as well. Our Tier 1 students increased from 77% to 81%. And our high-risk population decreased from 7 to 5.3%. So this shows our interventions are helping kids who are struggling get back on track as we progress through our current school year.
This year, we launched a dedicated team of 12 student behavior lead teachers, or SBLTs, who provide district-wide support across all 20 schools. These SBLTs partner closely with classroom teachers through mentorship, offering strategies, guidance, and practical advice for working with students whose behavior require additional support. Together, they collaborate to better meet individual student needs while also easing the load on classroom teachers, creating more supportive, responsive learning environments for both students and staff. Building on this work, we are pleased to introduce 2 of our student behavior lead teachers, Beth Ellison and Liana Paniagua, or Pionki, right? Who will share more about their roles as SBLTs and how they support teachers across our schools. Beth and Leanna will highlight how they partner with classroom teachers and their collaboration to ensure both students and teachers receive the support they need to be successful.
All right. Good evening. Student behavior lead teachers prioritize supporting and listening to teachers through meaningful collaboration that is grounded in trust, respect, and a non-judgmental approach. Using research-based Tier 1 strategies, they engage in classroom observations, provide thoughtful feedback, and guide teachers through ongoing coaching cycles that build staff capacity and empower teachers with the skills, confidence, and tools needed to effectively support student behavior and learning. Student behavior lead teachers support both teachers and students across a wide range of educational settings, including preschool and transitional kindergarten through grades K-8, with 2 to 3 SBLTs assigned to each grade level span. Their work extends to special education classrooms, serving students in both mild, moderate, and moderate severe programs. SBLTs provide targeted support to classrooms where students require additional behavioral intervention and guidance while also strengthening school communities by promoting consistent, aligned behavior practices across campuses. Leanna, hey.
Okay, so today I'd like to share the impact of the student behavior lead teachers on our schools, families, and district as a whole. For students, SBLTs increase access to calm, supportive, and inclusive learning environments. By strengthening behavioral regulation and social emotional skills, students are able to remain engaged in learning rather than being removed from instruction, leading to better outcomes both academically and emotionally. For teachers and staff, SBLTs build confidence and effectiveness in managing challenging behaviors. Through coaching and shared problem solving, educators experience reduced stress and isolation, which supports stronger retention of skilled teachers who feel valued and supported. At the district level, SBLTs create a sustainable and scalable model for behavior support. Their work strengthens alignment between instruction, social emotional learning, and behavior systems, reducing reactive discipline approaches and support a positive, consistent school climate across campuses. For families, this work demonstrates Fullerton School District's commitment to students' well-being, inclusive practices, and strong partnerships. Together, the SBLT program helps create schools where students feel safe, supported, and ready to learn, benefiting our entire school community.
Tonight, it's my pleasure to highlight our PBIS coaches. Each of our 20 FSD schools has a PBIS coach. These coaches collaborate with school teams to establish and support consistent behavior frameworks, utilize evidence-based practices that foster safe, supportive learning environments, and analyze behavior data trends to drive continuous improvement. They strengthen educator capacity through professional development, individualized coaching, and strategic facilitation that enhances school climate and student outcomes. Our PBIS coaches build and sustain positive school-wide systems by working with leadership teams to establish clear behavioral expectations with proactive support. They facilitate monthly site meetings to guide implementation and continuous improvement, ensuring students experience those safe, supportive environments. PBIS coaches use data to drive decisions. They analyze behavior trends to celebrate successes and address needs, helping students respond proactively, reduce disciplinary referrals, and provide timely student support. PBIS coaches also provide coaching, training, and staff support. They partner with administrators and teachers through professional development, classroom coaching, and collaborative problem solving. This builds staff capacity, strengthens consistency, and maximizes instructional time. Through this ongoing and intentional work, PBIS coaches play a critical role in supporting student success, staff collaboration, and positive school culture throughout our district. Now it's my pleasure to introduce one of our PBIS coaches, Ivy Nino Franco.
Or as many of you know me, Emmy's mom. We're excited to share the progress of our PBIS rebuild at Richmond Elementary for the 25-26 school year. We created our new Richmond Racers Rise matrix. Oh, thank you. Where RISE stands for respect, integrity, safety, and empathy. This matrix clearly defines what these values look like in our hallways, playground, lunch area, and restrooms. Now, every student and staff member knows exactly what's expected in each space, creating consistency and predictability across campus. To bring these expectations to life and celebrate positive behavior, we launched PBIS student experiences that have been incredibly well attended. So every month, students pay their PBIS tickets and they get to have an experience. We had our popsicle party, drew over 150 students. We've had board games, make your own monster, each brought in over 100 attendees. We even had a Taylor Swift karaoke party. And there were over 50 participants. Our hot cocoa party in December welcomed more than 100 students. These events build community while making PBIS engaging and fun. So looking ahead to our upcoming experiences, we will have Mario Kart at the end of January. We have Bluey Day and a sensory party to continue reinforcing our positive school culture and providing inclusive opportunities for all learners.
Okay. Whoa. I'm excited. Hold on. Okay. So mental health behind the scene. Good evening, Board of Trustees and Cabinet. My name is Dr. Julie Brandon, and I serve as the Director of Student Support Services. Fullerton School District provides a significant range of mental health supports to students across both special education and general education. These services are delivered collaboratively across 3 departments, ensuring a comprehensive and coordinated approach. Within Student Support Services, current offerings include Care Solace, which is a referral service, and Hazel Health, which is teletherapy. In addition, we provide in-person supports through our mental health associates and mental health counseling specialists. We are also actively implementing a newly funded grant. In July of 2024, Student Support Services applied for the California Youth Behavioral Health Initiative Capacity Grant through the Orange County Department of Education. The purpose of this grant is to expand access to school-linked mental health services. Fullerton School District strategically elected to focus these funds on general education students, as existing mental health associates are primarily allocated to students receiving counseling as a related service through their IEPs. This is the best part. The district was awarded $670,000. Woot woot. $670,000. There you go. Thank you. All right. I'm up here. I can be up here a while. No. Grant expenditures are directly aligned to improving operational readiness, strengthening infrastructure, and increasing equity, access, and the range of behavioral health services available to students. This funding will include the addition of 5 mental health associates dedicated to gen ed supports, 1 school social worker specialist, and the establishment of 5 new cafe sites. Cafe stands for chill area for everyone, at Ladera Vista, Parks, Nicholas, Beechwood, and Fissler, and investments in operational readiness to support effective implementation. Mental health services are delivered through multiple service models to meet varying student and family needs. These include in-person, individual, and group counseling provided through IEP services, or teacher and parent referrals provided through telehealth services through Hazel Health for individual students, and for Daybreak for individual and family supports, referral services through Care Solace. Services may be requested by school sites or families. However, participation is always voluntary. Current referral data shows that, 74% of Hazel Health referrals originate from school sites, while approximately 25% are family initiated. For Care Solace, 4 referrals were initiated by families, and of the 98 warm handoffs attempted, 43 cases were either unreachable or declined services. To our knowledge, all students with consent from parents are receiving services. So I have this lovely chart up here for you where you can see the vast amount of services that our district is providing. So Hazel Health, through December of 2025, there was 717 total visits with 128 students served. 80% of those visits were done at home. Okay, 36 post-referral counseling was made to outside agencies. Daybreak, which is offered through educational services, there were 115 referrals submitted, 31 students with case studies, and 13 more to begin in January 2026. Care Solace, as I stated, we had 95 warm handoffs, and 54 of those appointments actually went into care. And this, I think, is one of the most impressive. Our paradigm logging through January 16th, 2026, which includes our mental health associates, mental health counseling specialists, counselors, and school social workers, 8,487 treatments, 795 consultations, and 199 assessments, which can include things like risk assessments, threat assessments. If students require more counseling, we give them assessments to see if their counseling goals are appropriate. So that's a pretty amazing number considering it's only until January 16th that we've logged that many treatments.
Is it starting the school year?
Uh-huh. Yes. When we ran that data, that's exactly what I said. Wow. I was shocked, actually, and very impressed with all the behind the scenes work that our folks are doing. And here you can see the staffing that provides. So think about the numbers that we just shared. And this is what we have with our student support services. We have three mental health associates under CYBHI, 2 more to go. They've been onboarded December and January. We have 15 existing mental health associates to provide IEP support. We have 6 mental health counseling specialists, 2 school social worker specialists, and 9.5 counselors, so 5 at the K-8s, 3 with the CCSPP sites, and then 1.5 that are site-based. So we have a lot of people behind the scenes providing mental health supports to our students.
So the work we've seen today from our community liaisons, social services assistants, PBIS counselors, MHAs, student behavior lead teachers represent more than programs and positions. It represents a vision of what's possible when we place student well-being at the center of everything we do. Under Dr. Bob's visionary leadership, and now with Dr. Hammett's continued commitment to this work, we have built a foundation of support that will carry our district forward for years to come. This continuity of vision ensures that every student in Fullerton has the resources, relationships, and support they need, not just to succeed academically, but to thrive as a whole child. As we move forward together, we remain committed to the quiet, consistent, transformational work that happens behind the curtain every single day, because that's where visible success truly begins. Thank you for allowing us to shine a spotlight on this incredible team and the impact they have. Any questions?
Thank you so much, entire team, for all of your work. Amazing, incredible. Thank you. Who would like to start on my board? Miguel, do you want to start? Any questions?
So, yes, I just want to say thank you for all the work that you are doing. And as I look at the numbers, I've heard from our teachers around the mental health supports needed for our students. When you think about and congratulations on the $670,000 awarded from a grant effort. When I think grants, I think about how do we sustain this and how do we continue to invest ongoing from general fund, or how do we think about leveraging capacity throughout the district to ensure that this continues and increases, because I know that there are a lot of demands at our school sites as it relates to the supports needed. So I'm curious, what have the conversations been internally of the ongoing financial support needed, and when grant dollars go away, what are some of the things that you all are seeing there so that we can continue to advocate for these programs and integrate them?
Okay, so the paradigm numbers that I shared with you, one of the things that we do in paradigm is that we bill or bill back Medi-Cal. And so a lot of the funding that comes to support with that helps sustain some of these positions. So it's kind of an ongoing process. We provide treatments, we provide services, we bill through Medi-Cal, and then we receive funding in return. So it's nice. It's an ongoing flow of cash, so to speak. And it varies depending on the treatments and what they ascertain as billable, which changes a lot now that we've implemented CYBHI. So now we have 2 different funding models that we receive, so which is nice. It helps a lot.
Can I just ask to clarify, when you say it's billable through Medi-Cal, is there any restrictions on which of our students can receive that support?
Yes, and that's a comprehensive list. So there are a lot of parameters around who can bill what we can bill for. So we have to follow their guidelines. They're very quick to tell us if we have submitted something we shouldn't. So,
but I'm assuming we would provide support no matter who that child.
Oh, of course, 100%.
Find a way to pay for
100%.
Yeah, thank you.
I definitely want to thank every single one of you for all the behind the scenes work. You truly are, as you have stated on your title, the unsung heroes, because it was a lot of information, and I want to thank every single one of you and all the emails that we sent out and all the answers and all the questions that were, I know it was a team effort. But I also have a question regarding mental health. And I know not all the families want services. And I appreciate the depth and scale of the mental health services that the district is currently providing. And again, the presentation does a great job highlighting the volume of referrals and services that we are providing through all the different resources that we have available at our district. But at the same time, the data also shows a number of families who either decline services or are unreachable. So I'm just curious as to what you see as the biggest barriers preventing families from engaging once the referral is made. I know there's that big, huge stigma on mental health in certain communities, but do we as a district have specific strategies currently in place to kind of build trust and improve follow through? And do we have any additional approaches that we could use to strengthen family engagement? I know we currently have our SSAs who are doing an amazing work, doing referrals in our district, and every single one of you, again, doing all this hard work. But I was just curious about that.
I think that one of the really wonderful things that our sites do is build relationships. And so we try really hard to form those bonds with families so that they trust us. We do, as you're aware, we collaborate with our PTAs, with ELAC, with ELAC, with SEPA, with all of the different parent communities. Our schools have coffee with principals. I think that that's probably one of the most important parts, is building those trusting relationships with families. That being said, there is a stigma for some families. They don't want the support for whatever reason. And we try working with them. We try educating them. This is not a bad thing. Your child needs help. But sometimes people just don't want that support. And we have to kind of honor that. So that is why when we do get consent from parents, we offer the support that, specific to each child, because as you're aware, every child is going to have unique needs. So that's how we sort of start the process. Again, we have families who, whether it's culturally they don't want the support, whether it's They don't want the school district providing support because they think it might be invasive into families. There's a lot of reasons as to why. So we approach them uniquely. We try to work with every family because we want obviously what's best for children, but at the same time we have to honor what the family has decided for themselves. So.
Thank you.
And I think with specifically with Care Solace, which is the one that we saw, that it was like almost like a 50%. It's a little bit different. It's with Care Solace, we're referring out. They are really good about contacting the families. Like for every family, there might be like within 2 days, maybe like 15 attempts to contact them. It's incredible. Every time they call, our SSAs, and we have several SSAs here. I think if they could, like, if they were constantly brainstorming, like, what can we do differently? Sometimes families will come to us and say, we have a need. For example, Care Solace also provides, like, this is an example. There was a family who needed a place to stay. They said, we're staying in a car. And so we scrambled. But they also had a service dog. So we had to like all of Orange County to find a shelter that would take the family and the dog. And we called them back. We called and we called and we called, and we had the bed saved for them and they never took it. And so sometimes it's, having the capacity to, accept it as well. Sometimes they're just at their end and they just can't do one more thing. And so we are looking to, kind of figuring out the why. What's, one of our consultants, Kim Gamaro, she always says, what's the tricky part? Like, what is it that's stumbling the student from doing that thing? And so it's like, what is the tricky part? What is it that's stopping that parent from making that next step? And so we are looking to, one, not be invasive. Also, some parents, even with our immigrant families, some of them want to tell us, and some of them don't want to talk about it. Like, they just want to ignore it. Yeah. And so we want to honor each family's dignity and respect. And so we want to help them. But if they're not at that place, we want to honor that as well. And so I think, and with Care Solace specifically, it's coming from the school to the home, saying we're giving you help. They might not want that, they haven't asked for that. And so so I think that's, if it's family initiated, then we have a bigger buy-in from them, as opposed to a school initiated where they maybe didn't ask for it.
Thank you.
Yes, can we go back to the SRSSIE slide?
What do I have to go back?
It's like the 8th slide or something. The pyramid, the
Yes.
orange, yellow. Can you walk us through? I'm concerned about the transition between the different tiers of intervention. And can you, like, not concerned like I'm worried, but can you walk us through a hypothetical about what stakeholders are involved as a child might move from tier 1 to tier 2, tier 2 to tier 3, and the feedback loop that you might get from a site or a teacher saying, hey, this isn't working, or yeah, we need to move them to a different tier. Can you kind of just walk us through that?
Sure. So every time we take the screener, our school teams pull their data, and then we sit down as a PBIS team and a lot of times the admin teams and look at what comes up. So a lot of times, now that we've done it so many times, we already have the majority of these kids who are in our high risk or moderate. We already have them on our radar. But sometimes we have kids pop up because something's happened at home that we didn't know about. So that's what's the nice thing about the screener is that it does give you, like, essentially you throw out the net and then it does give you that information back. What it's really effective at pulling is internalizers, because we know our externalizers, but for our internalizers, this is a great tool that says, like, oh, this is a kid who needs some counseling that maybe is quiet that we haven't identified. So the process really is we go through, we look at our data, and then we have conversations with teachers of, would you say this is accurate? Because teachers score this, but they don't know the cut points. And so sometimes teachers will, yes, that kid maybe stole a Hershey's Kiss off my desk, and I'm going to score them frequent for stealing. But they don't realize that that will skew, right? So they might come up as moderate, and then they're like, oh, no. Like, I just had like a couple incidents, but like I don't see them as moderate. So we go back and just kind of double check, like, is this what you're really seeing? Because it's a screener. And then we're going back and looking at it like through that lens, like, is this accurate? So kids who are tier 1, they receive all their tier 1 supports.
Kids who we look at for tier 2 that come up, those kids we look at and say, what would be a good match of tier 2 interventions? So for instance, is this a great candidate for group counseling? Can we put them in a group to meet some of the needs that the social skills that they're lacking? Is this a kiddo who needs some mentoring? We have a custodian on campus who would love to mentor them. So like, can we make that connection and start some mentoring going on? Maybe we have different tier 2 interventions. So one of our more intensive tier 2 interventions is check in, check out. Here's a student who needs to have that conversation with a teacher multiple times a day, working on specific areas. How am I doing? I'm going to have a conversation with my teacher multiple times over the time. I'm going to check in with an adult in the morning. I'm going to like have my teacher kind of rate me over time and have those conversations. I'm going to check out with that adult in the afternoon, separate from the teacher. So, so we look at what they might need to be matched with. For our tier 3 kids, that's really like individual counseling, talking to SSA. Is there some home needs going on? What do we already have in place? What do we need to continue to layer in? And so that's kind of the process we go through in looking at our data. Who do we have that's tier 1 that's doing well? Who do we have that comes up moderate? And is that accurate? Or are these more kids who could use just a little bit more tier 1? And then who do we have that are really moderate, and who do we have that are tier 3?
And how do you settle disagreements between various stakeholders, parents, teachers, administration?
Like we talked about with counseling, you can't necessarily force counseling onto a student. So it's just, again, relationships. It's having those conversations about how do we all support each other. The nice thing, as we talked about, like PBIS coaches, we have that support system on our campuses between PBIS coaches, their team, they all have a site team, and then we have SBLT that can come in to support teachers as well. And so I think that's, it all goes back to relationships. It's trust, right? So, so if like parents don't want to sign for counseling, we can still offer a mentor, you know, somebody who's going to champion this kid and talk to them every morning and make an effort, right? So it's just, what can we offer that meets the need for everybody involved? Does that answer your question?
Yes, thank you.
Just to add in, one of the things that we see is there is a group of kids that get re-traumatized every night. And so just a couple quick examples. We have something with called Rising Stars, where we work with kids that have great potential, but also are facing great adversity. And so these are just the kids I'm working with in a group that we've worked with over time. Worked with one of the students whose mother killed the boyfriend in front of the child. We have another one where the grandfather was taking care of the child, but the grandfather then had a DUI, went to Orangewood, came back, and then terrible, the dog at home bit the child and had 125 stitches. Another kid that I get to have had a chance to work with, his father was abusive to the mother and came home until eventually the police took that away. Another child I've worked with went home every day to a mom that was high. And yes, we work with Child Protective Services and call, but sadly, somehow the kids sometimes find themselves back again and again. Another father selling drugs, and his son coming home every day to that. So that I don't know if we have a fix for, and that's something that we just need to continue to look at and examine and try to continue to find supports. Because the child is literally re-traumatized every single day. And the good work that our counselors and SSAs and teachers and principals are doing, I don't know if I have an answer for that. And so that's just being honest. I think where we see strengths, where suddenly a child, maybe there's a divorce or separation, or maybe the child suddenly is just having their own struggle with identity. Teenager is hard. Those of us who had teenagers, that's a special period of time. So I think we do better with that. The other group that we do better with is actually if parents are absent, just not around. Kids tend to want relationships, and so we've had greater success if like an absent parent or absent, we can provide that. It's the ones where they come home and they get re-traumatized every single day. So it's one of the challenges.
Any further questions? I'll just say that I think that your stories that you've shared, just a reminder of the hard work of all of our staff and families and the love and the care that you all give. So thank you so much. Despite all of these things, we see great success in our kids and great potential and capacity to rise above it. So thank you for continuing to invest in them and see the good in them.
Yeah, just loving on them, right? Being able to be there to be that person, and to have many people that are out there advocating for them. So thank you.
Thank you.
I'll just say one last comment. I think this is innovation outside of technology and using systems and finding the supports needed. I think as you were sharing those stories, some of those resonated when I was growing up. And to see the educators that did a lot of this without these programs in the past, in the 90s, different era, and to see how you all have mapped this out to provide a whole experience for a learner just shows a testament of the dedication and the supports needed to make students thrive and are just propelling them into the future and also thinking about their experiences and being able to give back to others. So thank you for all of the work that you all are doing.
I do want to say from our board, you can clearly hear that we definitely support this work. I think we all see just how critical it is to approach holistic child well-being and to address the physiological, social, emotional, mental well-being of all of our kids and their families as a unit in order to see them succeed and grow as learners. So thank you for addressing those needs to make sure all of our kids are ready to learn and thriving. So thank you very much.
I'm going to take one last moment to thank Rosanna. Rosanna's been the one in the trenches leading a lot of this. So thank you, Rosanna.
Okay, our last presentation will be on the dashboard, which we are all very excited to hear about. Sung and Dr. Brown, thank you for joining us to discuss this.
Good evening, Board President Hanchett, trustees, and Superintendent Pletka. Thank you for the opportunity to present this evening. Tonight, we're bringing forward our annual update on the California School Dashboard and how we're using that data to celebrate strong outcomes across Fullerton School District and to guide our next steps, particularly for student groups who need additional support. This presentation is intended to provide context, not just on where we're performing well, but on how we're using the dashboard as a continuous improvement tool to inform instruction, supports, and district-wide coherence. To walk you through the dashboard results and key indicators, I'd like to introduce Sung Chi to lead the presentation, but I also want to thank our amazing data analyst, George Sfakianakis. Sung will highlight the major trends, areas of growth, and the data that is helping to shape our instructional focus in Fullerton School District moving forward. Sung.
Thank you, Dr. Brown. Good evening, Board President Hanchett, Board of Trustees, Superintendent Dr. Pletka, and Executive Cabinet. So in tonight's presentation, we'll provide an overview of the California dashboard and how FSD performed on the state indicators. We'll also look at how we compare with the state as well as other districts in Orange County. And at the end of our presentation, Dr. Brown will take some time to share just areas of focus and next steps and how we're responding to the data. So the California School Dashboard provides parents and educators with meaningful information on school and district progress so they can participate in decisions to improve student learning. So you'll see that the dashboard has local and state indicators that are reported. The data for the local indicators are actually reported when the LCAP is taken to the board for approval in June. And so this presentation will focus on FSD's progress on just the state indicators. And as a side note, there is a science indicator that's also included on the dashboard, but it's only for informational purposes. And so we've shared the science indicator data in the board packet that we've shared with you so that you can review that as well and use that as reference. For elementary and K-8 districts, the dashboard reports on 5 state indicators. You'll see them listed in the left over there. A performance level of 1 to 5 is determined for each indicator. Performance levels for the state indicators are determined by looking at each indicator status as well as change. And so status is based on our current data. Change would be the growth that was made from the previous year. And so you can see that it's really important that we not only look at just scoring well, but it's also maintaining and improving that score every year. The top row of the slide here shows the district's performance levels for each state indicator. And you can see that our district scored at level 4 in English language arts, math, suspension rate, as well as chronic absenteeism. You will see, though, that for FSD, we scored at level 2 on our English learner progress indicator. And we'll go into a little bit more detail about why that may have been the case. But we do have the California results below for comparative purposes. So this table shows a comparison of our neighboring school districts. Although the dashboard does not report out an average for all the indicators combined, I went ahead and just added that last column there to make it a little bit easier to compare our district with our neighboring districts. And you can see highlighted in the purple box are the surrounding TK through 8 districts. Overall, you can see that FSD is performing well compared to our surrounding districts. This data also, though, does highlight the challenge that many districts are facing, specifically related to our English learner progress. And so if you look at that LP column right in the middle, you can see that a lot of our districts, a lot of the neighboring districts, including ours, that's one area that we need to continue to focus on and continue to improve on. The dashboard not only reports overall data, but also data for student groups that have 30 or more students. So as you look at each of the student groups there, you can see just the various colors. The blue obviously represents the highest performance level, while the red represents the lowest. You can see that as you look at especially our long-term English learner student group, you can see that there is a lot of room for growth. And you can see in terms of ELA and math, as well as our suspension rate, that student group did score at a level 1. Also, as you look at our chronic absenteeism performance level overall, even though for us as a district, our overall performance level is at a level 4, you can see that our foster youth and our homeless student group, that's another area that we are continuing to focus and work on and improve. We will be going into more depth as we look at each of these different indicators. And we'll go ahead and start with our suspension rate indicator. So as we look at this indicator, there are a couple of things to keep in mind. One is that the suspension rate is based on the percentage of students that are being suspended, not on how many students are being suspended. And also, secondly, the lower the percentage, the better. And so as you see lower numbers and lower percentages, and as you see a line graph that's dropping, that's actually a good thing for suspension rate as well as chronic absenteeism. Compared to all other California districts, and there's roughly about over 900 districts in the state of California, FSD ranks in the top 25%. So this line graph shows a 4-year timeline of our suspension rate compared to the average suspension rate for other elementary K-8 districts in the state as well as the county. The thick blue line that you see that's FSD's trend line. Our suspension rate has been relatively stable over the past 4 years, and you can see that for the majority of the years, it was lower than other elementary K-8 districts in the state as well as the county. And so here is a table that shows the performance levels by student group, along with their status, which represents their current year, and the change from the previous year. 3 of our student groups are at level 4 or 5, with 6 student groups at level 3 and 3 student groups at level 1 or 2. When looking at student group data, one thing to note is that you'll see more fluctuation in the data year over year, especially with our student groups that have a small number of students within that student group. So just as a quick example, if you look at the suspension rate for our foster youth student group, it's at 3.4%, which is almost 3 times what our district's rate is. But when you look at the number of students that represents, that's 89 students. So 3.4% really reflects 3 foster youth students that were suspended last year. 3 more than it should be, for sure, but that helps us just kind of take things into perspective. On the other hand, if you look at our socioeconomically disadvantaged student group, that suspension rate is 1.9%, which is a little bit higher than the district's overall rate. But since there are over 6,000 students in that group, that represents 123 students. And so as you start looking at this data, we always want to make sure that we look at the end size, the number of students in those student groups. So next is the chronic absenteeism indicator. The state calculates the percentage of students who were absent more than 10% of the days they were enrolled. One thing to keep in mind, and you'll see that on the slide, is that this includes any student who's been with us for at least 31 days. So if a student was with us 2 months, was chronically absent and left the district, that student's data is part of that calculation. So it not only includes the students that have been with us for the whole entire year, but also students that may have disenrolled even after a couple of months. FSD is at level 4 with 9.1% of our students chronically absent last year. This is a decrease of 1.5 percentage points from the previous year. The state is at level 3 with 17.1% of the students that were chronically absent. Our chronic absenteeism rate is 8 percentage points lower than the state and ranks in the top 20% of all districts in the state. Over the past 4 years, we've seen a downward trend in chronic absenteeism, and the thick blue line represents FSD. Not only for FSD, but also for other elementary TK districts in the state as well as the county. So you can see that trend for all 3 different types of groups. Here's the student group data for chronic absenteeism. FSD has 4 student groups with a performance level of 4 or 5, 6 groups at level 3, and 2 student groups are foster youth and homeless student groups in level 1. And now we'll go ahead and review our academic indicators. The metric used to measure progress on academic indicators is the distance from standard, which is what we call DFS. And we use that DFS word a lot, and all the principals are very familiar with that. In this example that you see here, the students with a DFS below standard are the ones who have not yet reached proficiency. The students with a DFS above standard are the ones who have exceeded that score of proficiency. And so the DFS that we report on is really just the average of all of the collective DFSs for each of the students. So in English Language Arts, FSD is at level 4 with a DFS score of 23.9 points above standard. This means that on average, students are scoring nearly 24 points above the proficiency score. This is an increase of 5 points, which is double the increase that we saw last year. And I've been doing this report quite a bit, and honestly, 5 points is the highest that I've ever seen, ever. So That obviously is attributed to all of the school leaders that we have here, all the staff members, the board members, the superintendent. It really is a collective effort, but that is something really to be celebrated because these numbers are significantly high. Our distance from standard is 32 points higher than the states, which the state's level is at level 3, and our ELA DFS is in the top 20% of all districts statewide. Over the past 4 years, you can see that there's an upward trend, and in this case, we actually want to see an upward trend in DFS for our district, as well as the county, as well as the state. Here are the performance levels for each of our student groups. FSD has 5 student groups in levels 4 or 5, with 5 student groups in level 3, and 2 student groups in levels 1 or 2. The status column that you see on this table represents the DFS. So when you see a plus or a minus, that's not an improvement on that status column. It just represents where they are compared to that proficiency cut score. Some of our student groups, though, specifically our LTEL students, our long-term English learner students, our students with disabilities, homeless, and foster youth student groups scored well below the overall average for DFS. So that is one thing to note. But with that said, our foster youth, homeless, and students with disabilities did make significant gains from the previous year. That's what you'll see on that last column there. That's why you're not seeing a level 1. You're seeing like either a level 2 or level 3. That's really attributed to the gains that they made last year. But we do see that our LTELs are at level 1, and you'll see that there was no improvement in their DFS for ELA. In math, FSD is at level 4, while California is at level 3. Our DFS is now above standard. So this is actually the first year where our math average DFS is actually above the proficiency cut score. Our DFS is 44.6 points higher than the state. That ranks us in the top 18% of all California districts. And so for ELA and math, we're seeing great gains this year, a lot more than what we've seen in the past. Similar to our ELA data, our math DFS is consistently higher than the elementary and K-8 districts in the state, as well as the county. Like I had mentioned, FSD's DFS is now above that proficiency mark, and now we're at plus 2.2. In math, the trends are, for our student groups, the trends are pretty similar to what we saw for ELA. We had 4 student groups with a performance level of 4 or 5, 4 student groups with a performance level of 3, as well as 4 student groups with a performance level of 1 or 2. The lowest performing student groups are very similar, like I had mentioned, in math as well as in ELA. Our foster youth and homeless student groups did show gains, though, and that's why you're not seeing that level 1. But unfortunately for our LTEL students as well as students with disabilities, those 2 student groups, we did not see the improvement in scores. And that's why you're seeing that level 1 for those 2 student groups. We also compared our data with other districts in the state with similar demographics. The top table shows how we compared with other California districts that had similar percentage of English learners enrolled. You can see that FSD ranked in the top 8% in ELA and top 9% in math. We also did analysis looking at how we compare with other districts with similar low-income student enrollments, and that's those bottom numbers there. We ranked in the top 11% in ELA and the top 8% in math. This is our last indicator, which is the English learner progress. So the English Language Proficiency Assessment for California, what we typically call LPAC, that's the metric and the assessment that's used to calculate the percentage of English learners making progress towards English language proficiency. Sorry, that next slide there. So English learners, they're considered making progress when they score at the highest level on the LPAC test, or if they made adequate progress from the previous year. And so the students that are included in this calculation would need to have at least 2 years worth of data, last year as well as 2 years ago, to show whether, to determine whether they've made the progress that they needed to make. 47.7% of our English learners did make progress. This is a decrease, though, of 2.1 percentage points from the previous year. That puts us at a level 2. Statewide, 46.4% of English learners made progress, but you'll see that that number was actually increased. That's why they're at a level 3, while for us, we're actually at a level 2. I did put on here, though, that we did reclassify. Although reclassification rates are not a part of the dashboard, I did want to share that we did reclassify 100 more students than the previous year, and that plays a part as to why you're seeing level 2. So what ends up happening is as our English learners make progress, they eventually become reclassified. Keep in mind, those are the students that are scoring high. That's why they're being reclassified. What ends up happening, though, is because they no longer have to take the LPAC test, they're no longer a part of the calculation anymore. So when we see this uptick in reclassification rate, reclassification, which is a great thing, our goal is to reclassify students. Obviously, if they've made the criteria, but we want them to be reclassified. But when we reclassify them, those potential good scores are no longer part of the calculation. And so essentially, the state has kind of really set us up for failure, where you either reclassify a lot of students and the scores drop, or we could play the game and not reclassify anyone, and we'll have great high scores. But we know ultimately the goal is to reclassify students and make sure that they're getting the supports that they need after they get reclassified.
I'm going to jump in here. And just to kind of, this is really important, and it's important for the board. I've been in lots of other districts, and I can tell you what the conversation is. Everybody's aware. If you're in education, you're aware of this game. So there's actually a tendency not to reclassify because you're, in a sense, punished for reclassification. And so, like I said, in 7 different districts, most of my experience is that people say, let's not reclassify so that we look better in this area. And we made an intentional decision a few years ago to say the goal is reclassification, which is to give them more opportunity. And just a side note, our goal is to try to get them reclassified before they leave our district and go to the high school. And there's a reason for that. You are put on you're more likely to be put on a college track if you are not an English learner. If you're an English learner, then typically you are put in classes that are not college prep, and there's less opportunity for electives. And so to me, this has been a moral decision, an ethical decision to say we want to give our kids the most opportunity. And if that means that we have an orange and because we have the lower score, it doesn't look as good, I'd rather do the right thing regardless of how it looks. And as somebody that has had an opportunity to work with a few different groups that advocate at the state level, that's been one of the concerns that I've shared. You've kind of, the unintended consequence of this is that ultimately I don't believe it's the right thing to do for kids to keep them in a group that makes us look better but's at their disadvantage.
And this slide goes into a little bit more details and just in terms of what we talked about. In the years where we reclassified more students than the previous year, which is the first box and the last box, you can see that we had a low performance level on the dashboard. We were at level 2. But in the year where our reclassification rate really didn't change much from the previous year, you can see that we were at level 4. And so that pretty much just shows kind of the dilemma that a lot of districts are put into. I will say, though, the last CDE webinar that I attended, they did acknowledge that this is something that they're looking into. So the state board has recognized this and is asking CDE to revisit the way that LP is calculated to see if they can do a better job of really representing the work that we're doing with our English learners. But we decided to kind of run our own calculation just to see what it would look like. And so we ran our own calculations to see what our performance level would have been if our recently reclassified students, the students that we reclassified that year, if they were to take the test, and we're assuming that they would have made progress because they would have probably scored at the highest level. And so you can see that our our LP rate would have been at 56.7% in 2023-24. Last year, we would have been at 58.2%, which means that we would have increased our percentage of students making progress by 1.5 percentage points, which would have put us at the level 4. And so even though I'm reporting out that on the dashboard we're a level 2, we're really a level 4. So please keep that in mind. And now Dr. Brown will highlight, and now Dr. Brown will highlight areas to celebrate, and we'll also share some next steps in terms of our response to the data.
All right, before we move on to next steps, I really want to pause here because this slide is probably one of the most important slides out of all of them. It speaks to the work that has been done by our principals who are here tonight, and thank you for being here tonight. It speaks to the work of our amazing teachers who have bought into the district's priority standards, the signature strategies, the collaborative inquiry cycle, everything we've been doing the past 3 years that they have taken and ran with. So thank you, teachers. Thank you, principals. Thank you, site staff. Overall, Fullerton School District continues to perform strongly compared to the state and to other districts. We saw growth in our distance from standard in both ELA and math. ELA increased by 5 points and math by almost 4. That tells us that our students are moving in the right direction academically. We are ranked in the top 10% in ELA and math compared to districts with similar English learner enrollment, which is an important equity comparison. We also reclassified 100 students more this year than the year before, which reflects intentional work around our ELD boot camp, our LTEL monitoring, and our focused feedback that we do with our teachers and our principal walkthroughs, and the work that we do around language development. And finally, our chronic absenteeism and suspension rates remain among the lowest in the state. So I do want to say thank you to Rosanna and her team for the work that they've done with those students. So there's a lot to celebrate, even as we stay focused on areas where growth is still needed. This slide here talks about how we respond to what the data is telling us. First, we're continuing to strengthen our core instruction, our tier 1 instruction. That is our focus. How do we strengthen that instead of pulling and pushing out students into tier 2 and even tier 3? Even though our overall performance is above the state, we still have room to grow, especially when we look at our student group outcomes. The biggest lever we have is improving instruction every day in literacy and math at the tier 1 level. Second, we are prioritizing targeted supports for specific student groups such as English learners, LTELs, foster youth, and students experiencing homelessness. This does not mean that they all get separate expectations. The expectations remain the same and they remain high for all student groups. We just have added additional layers of support into grade level instruction. Next, we are using our dashboard and CAS data more intentionally within our collaborative inquiry cycles. So our teams are making real-time adjustments in their PLCs based on real-time student work and progress rather than waiting until the end of the year. Lastly, we are continuing to build leadership and teacher capacity through our coaching and feedback, with a focus on reducing variability across classrooms and schools. That is one of our biggest things that we want to focus on this year and next. Lastly, we are committed to communicating progress clearly, celebrating what is working every single month in our ed leaderships, with our teachers, with our principals, and being transparent around where acceleration is still needed. CIC, something you hear me talk about a lot, it's a collaborative inquiry cycle. This slide describes the structure that holds much of our work together and what is also rooted in our work with Dr. Phil around the HRS models. Our collaborative inquiry cycle includes all 20 schools and runs in a focused 8-week cycle. This year, we are concentrating on key transition grades, 3rd grade math, 5th grade ELA, and 7th grade math and ELA. Each school team has worked with an RTI coach or lead. Teams meet weekly to look at student work, review distance from standards trends, and test instructional strategies. We've heard so much good feedback and testimonials from our teachers and school site staff this year around the CIC and how it has really enhanced their PLC work. What's new this year is a clear connection between the work teams are doing and the priority standards, along with more intentional monitoring of student group progress, including our English learners, our LTEL students with disabilities, foster youth, and homeless students. The goal of these cycles is not compliance. It's learning to see what works, adjusting quickly, fail fast, fail forward, and sharing effective practices across schools so we can reduce instructional variability district-wide. In closing, I want to say the dashboard confirms that Fullerton School District is performing very well overall. It also helps us stay focused on equity, though, and particularly for students who require those additional supports. Our next steps are intentional about being data informed, focusing on building coherence across systems rather than isolated initiatives. And we definitely appreciate the board's continued partnership and thoughtful questions as we work to ensure strong outcomes for all of our students. Thank you, and we're happy to answer any questions.
Thank you so much. There is so much to celebrate. Thank you for presenting this information that we can be celebrating, and also for all of the staff and all the hard work that has gone into making it happen. And our kids too, because they work hard to get those scores, right?
Sure.
They really, really do. So thanks. Good job, kids. I'll start, Bev, on your end, or maybe Trustee Cho, if you're ready with any questions.
No questions.
Okay. Questions on your end? Yeah, go ahead.
Well, I'm just writing notes as I'm going along, but I have to say that these test scores are really a testament to the amazing work that our principals and our unsung heroes are doing to care for the whole child, literally. Kids, if we didn't have our whole district working on making sure that the whole child is taken care of, they wouldn't be able to come home. They wouldn't be able to come to school and take a test or do anything else in our district. And so the collaboration between all of our FSD groups on effective practices is definitely shown here. I mean, we're talking about reclassifying 337 students, 100 more than last year. So that is a really huge success. But as you were looking at these numbers, and I heard Sung say we're a level 2, but really we're a level 4. For some families, this can be a little confusing. I mean, it's confusing for us. Yeah. But more students are succeeding, and parents are looking at the lower test scores. How are we explaining this to parents to make sure that the students who are still learning English are getting the help that they need? Because parents are going to see it too, and they're going to be very nervous. So what is your strategy to talking to families in layman's terms and not say, well, you know, we're really a 4.
Yeah.
But explaining it exactly how, I guess, kind of you just explained it to all of us,
Yeah.
but without having to go through all the worksheets and reading on all the numbers and the green and the yellow and the blue.
Yes. So I think what our principals have done this year is, and they've done a really good job, not just with with our ELD students, but also our students who are in RTI. We've made a conscious effort to have parent meetings, and that doesn't only include bringing it to PTA meetings or bringing it to DLAC, but also to coffee with the principals, so that parents are aware of why their student is an LTAL in the first place. Why is their student considered ELD? Why are their students in RTI? Why do they need these pull-out services? So really being able to explain the process before we begin the pullouts or the boot camps, and letting parents know that it's almost like a race. So the students that cross the finish line, they're no longer counted in the race. We're no longer keeping track of them. They're done. They reclassified. The ones that are still running this race are now a smaller population of students who the state is keeping track of. So as we look at that number, now it becomes more intentional and thus a decrease in our score, as you can see, because it's a smaller population that needs more needs, that has more learning needs. And the ones that don't have moved on. They've crossed the finish line. So I think being intentional about how we use those kind of visuals for parents, and the why. What is it that we need from you as a parent? How can you help support? And some of our principals share today, they share strategies with their parents at what you can do in the car ride home. What can you do while while you're having dinner? What are some of these things that you can support with reading, writing, language, all of the elements that our students are tested on during LPAC, and how it's not so much a deficit, is just that we want to make sure that we're helping them to exit, as Dr. Bob said, before they get to high school.
Now, I know we have some ELAC meetings coming up.
Yes.
And we're going to be talking about the LPAC and how to prepare our students for the LPAC. For those parents who are not able to come, maybe to coffee with a principal, to ELAC meetings, to PTA meetings, wherever we are having the conversations at, how are we getting this information out to those parents so that we can make sure that if they come home from work and they have an hour to help their child do their homework or practice or do any of the necessary things that a parent could do to help their child at home get ready for these tests? How are we getting that? How are we disseminating that information to them?
So one thing we started last year was informing parents of when the testing windows are, because I think that was one thing that we weren't informing them, like, hey, there's SBAC coming this week, or even when they were doing iReady, parents didn't know that the kids were doing iReady. Kids would just show up and take iReady. Parents had no clue. So we're doing a better job at informing them, like, this testing window is coming up. We have a testing calendar that has been created by our team last May, and so parents are aware of that, putting that information on social media, putting it in Peach Jar, putting it out on Sunday messages for with the principals, So, and yes, some of the parents hear them, some may have opted out, so they don't hear it. But our teachers also do a good job as well as reaching out, and so we've really honed in on our different profiles of students that are English learners, so that way parents are aware, hey, we've done some goal setting with your child. Are you aware of it? They send it home. That has been one of the most powerful things, I think, is that goal setting sheet that all students get, so they're aware of it. Their parents sees it. They know it. They know what they need to work on and how far away they are from reclassifying.
I've also attended meetings where some of our, specifically our ELAC parents, are talking about the LPAC test. And I know in some of these meetings, some of the principals have given out YouTube links to where children can practice from home on not necessarily the exact questions that are going to be on the test, but scenarios and samples of questions. Is this something that we can somehow, maybe even if it's in a social media, or maybe even posting on our website, just trying to figure out a way to get that information out to parents who can't necessarily make it to these meetings, but definitely could use this information?
Absolutely, that's something we could certainly do. Put it on our website.
Maybe even these, you said teachers are sending out information to parents, maybe through Seesaw or any other way. I know some of the parents that were in those meetings have said that they're very useful links, and I have yet to, other than outside of those ELAC meetings that I've attended where we've spoken about that, haven't seen anything district level where we would be able to use, get that information.
Well, that's something we could. Erlen, do you want to?
If I may,
Oh, what you need a microphone.
a one-pager. All the so that they can post their newsletters
Yeah.
along with the presentation created. We just recently had a parent informational meeting on LPAC on the 12th of January, and we created a one-sheet stop shop so that they had all the links, all the resources, and we distributed to all of the principals so that they can include it in their newsletter, as well as the presentation that we used that evening so that all of the families had access to it.
I love that and I appreciate that, but if it's going to go in the weekly newsletter, I get the weekly newsletter and it's pages and pages of information that I don't necessarily sometimes read, and I know a lot of parents don't read. I'm just trying to figure out different ways that we can get this information to parents, whether it's, again, I'm thinking maybe the teacher, it's herself or himself, can get these links directly to the parent. So where all they have to do is
We can do that and send it out as a mass message.
yeah,
And
I'm trying to make it the easiest way possible for our families to be able to get this information
Another thing we do is
in multiple different ways.
there is a parent notification letter for the LPAC test as well as the SBAC test, and then we give that to the sites. We have the student names because it doesn't go to every student,
Mhm.
but it only
Yeah.
goes to those that are
Yeah.
identified as English learners. So we do have that, and in the parent notification letter, there is a link that will take them to the practice website like that.
Perfect.
I think a great idea that you bring up though is possibly sending out like a Blackboard Connect,
Mhm.
creating like an English learner group within Blackboard Connect and sending that out as well, just for parents to get that second reminder about state testing. Because in that letter we talk about the importance of the test. We talk about what you can do to help your child prepare even the night before in terms of them getting a good night's sleep and making sure that they get a full breakfast and so forth. So I think also including a Blackboard Connect message.
Yeah, I know I've said it here before, and I've said it to some other principals that the best way to be able to provide this information in multiple different sources, like you said, it's on our Instagram. Not a lot of families have Instagram. It's it's on a link. So I appreciate what you're doing, putting it on Blackboard and being able to send this information out to families that really need it, especially if our goal is to reclassify. I mean, we are going to get a lower number, but that's what we committed to do. But I appreciate that. Thank you.
I have one question. A lot of work has gone into closing equity gaps in our district, and we're outperforming the state. In the local context, when you have this historical legacy of Maple, Ladera Vista, Richmond, some other schools in the south of Fullerton, where the higher concentration of Hispanic Latino students are enrolled, you clearly see that the numbers are underperforming. What do we tell our community? What is the narrative that we're not continuing that legacy of the north-south divide, and where you see a higher concentration of Latino students enrolled?
That's a good question. So we tell our parents that our students are improving, right? They're making gains. They're not making gains at the rates that we want them to, but they are making gains. They're making small steps, small baby steps. And we are continuing to work with our teachers. We're continuing to work with our administrators. We're continuing to offer professional development that reinforces that progress monitoring so that our students see the wins on a more frequent basis. Because if they that was the whole purpose of collaborative inquiry cycle. If they start to see gains every 10 weeks, if they start to see progress and celebrate those goals that they themselves create, then there's wins and they become hopeful. So we also want to make sure that our parents are aware that it's not just tied to instruction alone, right? It's tied to attendance. It's making sure that students are in seat on time. It's making sure that our students, you know, there's outside distractors that come with student achievement as well. So how do we control what we can control and also put some, I would say, power in the parents' hands as well to be able to help support us at the school site with instruction and making sure that it becomes that priority that we need it to be. So that way, when students do take the test, they understand the importance, the value. They that they are there for the progress monitoring. So there's so many different things where we want to communicate to parents, and we know that LV, we know that Maple, we know that they are putting in the work. These are amazing instructional leaders. But like I said, there's small gains, so there's gains happening, but you absolutely want to see them grow more. But we know it's taking some time to make sure that we see them in the time that we want.
Just to add in a few things, I think one of the ways, and Marzano, when they've done the research, basically the idea is 1 year's growth in 1 year's time.
Mm-hmm.
So what we've shown when we've done different studies using our data is that not only are our Title I schools growing 1 year in 1 year's time, they're growing more than our non-Title I schools. And so we show, I don't, sometimes when people think growth, they're like, well, somehow they're growing, but not at the same rate as other students. That's not true in our district. Our kids are at our Title I schools are growing more than a year's growth. And we're growing compared to other districts, not just districts with Title I students, but districts that serve both high achieving and low achieving with kids that have low income English learners. We're growing at a faster rate in the time. So what I would say is it's not just growth, they're growing more or faster, and they're growing at the metric that research says that we should be growing at. The metric is 1 year's growth in 1 year's time, and we're making that, and we're doing that. Two things that I think the board, as they look forward, need to consider. So one is there's summer loss. So there's lots of research that basically says that students from low-income families typically lose anywhere from a quarter to a third of a year during the summer. So here's here's in some ways it feels like a losing battle sometimes. So kids grow with us more than a year. I think last time I remember it was like basically 1.1 of a year. It will vary from year to year. But then if in the summer, they're not in summer school, they're not experiencing it, by the end of the summer, they're basically down to a 0.8 or a 0.9 of a year because of summer loss, learning loss. Learning loss is something that's been studied, it's consistent, it's reliable. And so one of the things that we have embraced and continue need to embrace is how do we provide more opportunity in the summer for high quality instruction. And just recently I heard the governor talk about some additional funding. So that's worth investing and thinking about in terms of time. The second piece is, in general, the research says that a lot of times kids from low-income families come into school 2 years behind. And so what's happening then is you factor in summer learning loss, and they come in 2 years behind. And what happens is, even with a year's growth, they're not gaining. So if you want to accelerate it, you have to look at first, of course, high quality instruction. There's no substitute. That's the most important piece. But it's not enough. If you want to close the gap, you have to find ways that are beyond a 6-hour day. And I'm not suggesting that everybody now works 8 hours. I'm not suggesting that. I'm just saying, though, where can we use summer school? There is some more funding for after school. How can we be creative in those ways? And so those are at least ways to explore coming up. And to the final piece, how do we explain it? Our students are gaining 1 year's time in 1 year. That actually a little bit more. So that's if Marzano was here, Dr. Phil was here, that's our job, is to do that. And we do it even a little better than that. So I don't know if that helps a little bit.
Well, the other thing you did mention is we also have amazing preschool programs, right? So we are doing a lot to reach out to our community. I got to visit Richmond's this last week, as well as I heard the first 5 presentation to the Fullerton Collaborative last week, where our district stands out above. When you look at a map of the surrounding area, the students that are coming from our school district, they're ready for kindergarten, where it's not the case in the towns around us. And that's oftentimes what I'm learning from Dr. Bob is older siblings, the parents are learning, they're understanding the programs, what they can be doing to support their kids, and they're becoming more prepared. So whether that's through our preschool programs or because of the influence of our schools, they're coming more prepared. So that's another thing we can do to focus, I think, to make sure that our kids all have every advantage once they come to our schools as well. I do want to also just celebrate, we are in at least the top 10, if not 20 for all of these areas. And so I really, really appreciate all of that. We do have some areas to work on. Absolutely. And, we're not happy to stay with good enough, right? We want it increasing. So I appreciate that. But I assume that this data will then be used by school site councils and staff then to create those school plans for success is kind of the next step. So as we look at this on an overall, these sheets, each one has a score for each school. And then even, I'm assuming, by grades, levels, and such that our schools can dig in, right? That's the job the principals will do in the next few months of working with this data. So thank you for the hard work that comes next of using it effectively. I think my last question is just, again, to come back to this issue of suspension. You said top 25%, but I know that that's also compared to unified and high school districts where you would expect to see more suspension rates than maybe a K-8. So I'm wondering, in some of the places we see an individual student might fall in many boxes. They're an English learner and maybe low social economic or something like that. Could you tell us exactly, do we know the actual number of students that were suspended from Fullerton School District last year? I'm just curious.
Yeah, so I actually have those numbers here. So it's basically just a matter of calculating the number of students that are in that student group multiplied by the percentage rate.
Mm-hmm.
And so as we take a look, let me go, oh, perfect, thank you. I'm just going to kind of list them and we can kind of look at it that way. So for our African-American student group, it's 5 students. Our Asian student group, it's 11. English learners is 34. LTEL is 16, Filipinos 2, foster youth is 3, Hispanic is 108, homeless 7, socioeconomically disadvantaged 123, students with disabilities 48, 2 or more races is 7, and white is 21. What I will do is I'll put this together and share it in the board community,
But
not only with suspension rate.
because a student could have a disability and be social economic,
Yes,
so
right.
be counted in both.
Yes.
Right. I guess that's my question. It seems as though, and that's the good work we saw of our unsung heroes, right, is to address some of these other challenges, barriers as to why we might see behaviors that end up in suspension in our classroom. So just wanting to dig in more as we continue this work to learn more about specifically kind of what are those barriers and how they relate to the work we're doing, especially with social emotional learning to support those kids. Thank you. Okay.
I do have a question.
Yes. Sorry, Beth. Go ahead.
No, that's okay. We talk about the reclassification of our students, and I want to go back to that just to ask a general question. So as we reclassify students, their needs are still there, right?
Absolutely.
Yes. So they are still monitored even afterwards, and we have a program which is called Elevation, where we keep all that data, and that's something that all principals have access to in terms of who are the students that are reclassified. There is a progress monitoring form that needs to be filled out every year.
And how long do we usually
monitor that throughout the?
Believe it.
Is there like a
Is it
4 years? Yeah. Okay. And the other question was going to be is as a board, what can we do to support this work? Our goals are to bring our children, to support our principals, to support our staff on helping our kids succeed. And so listening to Dr. Bob, there's a couple of things, make sure that we're funding summer programs and after school programs, our early learning, our TK and preschool programs. But is there anything else that as a board, if we put a lot of energy into literacy, is that something that would help? And what can we do to help that?
I think there's a couple things. The first thing is that our RTI is so critical to this work. Not just our leads, but our RTI team in general, because they're pushing out the professional development to our school sites. They're delivering the strategies, whether it's after school on Wednesdays, in our summer institute, on our professional development days. Our goal is to utilize them even more effectively next year. And we know the funding, a lot of that was COVID money that we're using them with, so that will be going away. But their role is critical in how they push out these initiatives into our school sites, how they support our schools with this collaborative inquiry cycle. So I would say just the importance of our RTI team with the tier 2, but also supporting our teachers and modeling and doing lessons and boots on the ground with the tier 1 work. And then lastly, really being able to make sure that our teachers have the time during the school day to get the training that they need. Oftentimes we're short on funding for substitutes, and really being able to not force them to stay after school to get more work when they're already just kind of mentally exhausted. But being able to say, okay, we want to have a conscious effort to train all of our teachers every single year a certain number of hours throughout the day to be able to go do this practitioner work. It's almost like medical rounds.
Yep.
You need to be able to see it in action, give feedback, fix it, and then analyze it, and then start over. And you can't do that when you can't do it real time. So I think those are the two main important things or areas that we want to focus on.
I think those are great ideas. I know I'm completely supportive of our RTI, watching what it did when we first brought it in. Sad that we've cut back a little bit on that, and I really truly feel like that is somewhere where we need to start to focus again and bring in some more supports there.
Yeah.
Phenomenal job. The test scores have been great. I think that as a board member, and I speak on behalf, and you guys have already said it, that I just want to commend everybody for working hard. What you guys are doing is showing. And so we truly, truly, truly appreciate all of the hard work with our staff, with our principals, with our students, with our parents, and everyone that comes together to make our children succeed and to help them succeed. And yes, we can always do better, but take this time to applaud yourselves, right? And to say, you know what, we've done a great job. There's always work to be done, but you're doing a great job. So thank you.
Yeah. Work will always be there for you when no one else will. So thank you so much. Just like laundry. Okay. Good night.
We're getting punchy.
Okay, my board, we have 2 last items to complete, I think. Yes, almost there. The next is a discussion action item that I asked to have put on the agenda. Thank you, principals. We appreciate you.
Thank you. Good night. Be safe.
Lindy.
So I proposed to Dr. Hammett and our now former public information officer, Amber, a few months ago, this idea of having a discussion or really a training for us as a school board to look at the role of social media. I think that it's obviously growing in its use. It's something we could all benefit from as both board and individuals, but also something that we can model to the rest of our district through taking the training ourselves and then creating kind of a template for others to use. Obviously, there were some changes in the Brown Act in 2021. Those of us who were around before that may notice that. Others, it's all still new. But there's a lot that we need to be thinking about as far as protecting children's identity and well-being when we're communicating online. I think that with upcoming election season, just the rules and ethics around using images and information about the work we do as board members, as well as the campaigning process, is something that is really relevant at this time. And I think there's increasing public request for public information, and we want to ensure that we as board members are both complying with what's ethical and best to protect the well-being of our district as well. So I think that the last time our FSD updated our social media policy was 2017. So nearly a decade ago. I'm sure there's been some changes in social media since then that we would like to address. So I think that it would be helpful for us to have a conversation about what our standards are, how we can update and apply and be trained in that, so that then it can also be a model for our staff. And I asked Dr. Hammett to look into this, and it looks like, I believe he might have an update, but our legal team, one of our firms, is interested in hosting this for us. I hope at no to low cost, because it is in their best interest also for us to be complying with the law and keeping ourselves in good standing. They're willing to do it? Uh-huh. Microphone, Jeremy.
Sorry. It wouldn't be no or low cost. It would be normal cost for them to run a seminar. But yeah, Fagan Friedman Full Frost is one of the better ones as far as ed tech kind of things go, or social media PRAs and that kind of training. So they would be who we engage with.
Is there anything you could do like in a book or something, or do you have to have the in-person training?
They might have some kind of public. I could ask if they've published anything on that. Usually they do it in person, so questions can be asked because there's a lot of different scenarios. People have like texting and retaining of texting and policy, procurement or policy retention policies, things like that. So they might. I could ask if they have some kind of book or not.
Another option that might make it a little bit easier is if we do it on Zoom. It might save some time for them if they're not having to travel, and then allows any of us need to do it like at a lunchtime break of work. That would maybe make it a little bit easier. My suggestion would be to do it in maybe April or very early May, once we hopefully have our new PIO position filled, so we can include that person as part of the conversation, and maybe even our new superintendent in that process as well.
May I? Madam President? So I think there are two issues that we need to separate out. One is a possibility of reforming the board policy to update with the times, and the other to inform the board members of what appropriate legal bounds are for social media policy. So I think I would support placing for discussion at a future board meeting the possibility of needing to reform our board policy. I would disfavor another study session or anything like that just to talk about social media, because in my mind, a discussion item is really where you might disagree on the contours. It's more like an exchange of ideas. So just being told what is legal and what isn't, it's a unidirectional flow of information, and for lack of better terms, that could be an email. So maybe an alternative could be in closed session, where the law firm talks about potential legal pitfalls about communicating and how you communicate with the public. But I think there are two issues in my mind. So in some, I would support a discussion item to possibly update a board policy on social media, but disfavor just having a separate discussion item on just how to use social media, good or bad.
Right. Well, there could be explanation provided to the board on proper use of social media. Closed session does have very specific things that we're allowed to discuss, so it wouldn't be one of the items that we could necessarily discuss in the closed session, even with the pitfalls under the legal. That would have to be done again in an open session, or could even be provided as information to the board if that's the board's preference. But that would be something that we would have to do in a study session or through information provided to the board.
Yeah, and I agree. I think if our social media policy needs to be revised, then that's something that,
goes through our normal process where you guys would revise the policy, bring it to our board could review it, go through the first and second reading. And for me, you know, I'm with you. I personally don't feel like I need a social media session. I can get that in writing. I tend not to go on social media, so for me, it's not as important as it would be for maybe others.
Any thoughts over here?
I'd like an asynchronous information, whether that be, you know, best practices. We are going into campaign season. There's a lot that needs to be updated, oriented on. So if we can get some async, I don't think we need a full training, but it could be great to have, you know, some type of hybrid model.
Okay.
I agree. If we are going to be updating policy, I would like to know best practices, especially coming from people that know what we should be or not be doing. But I also agree, like, we don't need a whole training for that.
Okay.
I mean, a specific meeting just for that.
So what I'm hearing is we're going to ask for a report or information from our lawyers, perhaps then, on best practices and clarity on the Brown Act and how it applies to board members specifically in the use of social media. Obviously, I mean, that information is available, but they could give us something succinct that we would all review. And then I will bring back, I think, a suggestion of, or let's, maybe this way. Would you like to start the process of reviewing the board policy on social media when it comes to?
Yes, we can review that and then follow our new procedure, which is get it to the board ahead of the first read, so that the board can have a chance to review that ahead of the first read. Then we could do a first read and a second read, but we can prepare those updates and get that to the board for review.
Okay, thank you so much. I appreciate that.
Do we know if there's a model policy from CSBA?
I have not.
Yeah. The latest one is 2017. I don't know.
Yeah, the CSBA typically has model policies on all these, but just so you know, social media for a school district typically revolves around employee use. So honestly, board member use of social media wouldn't typically be in a policy by CSBA because that's a very specific thing where this is more like employee use of technology that ends up being covered under an AR. We'll look and see what they have, but it's not the typical slant of the board policy isn't how a board member uses it for a campaign. It's
absolutely,
it's how does staff use it in interacting with the community and things like that. We'll look for both parts.
Yeah, as you said, two very separate issues. I guess I was thinking sort of a trickle response, whereas if we start discussion, then we'll see what needs to be updated in our policies as well. I think as a part of it. And obviously we as board members want to follow our staff standards as well, right? So as I mean, both can happen in tandem, but I think both need to be addressed. Okay, thank you. Okay, any other future agenda items then?
I don't know if it's necessarily an agenda item or something. I just wanted more information. I just didn't want to keep the teachers. But as we were talking about funding and being able to help our English learners, Bev talked about funding summer programs and RTI. And so it just got me thinking that now, because Dr. Bob mentioned after school, and now that after school is open to anyone that would like to register, my question was more for Jason, but he's not here. He left. And as we look into how we can help our English learners, not just only in our low socioeconomic areas, but in general, is there a way that our ACES and our Encore program could somehow get involved, since it is an after-school program and it is where our children stay the most? And I know I have heard from multiple families, and I've had discussions with Chris and he was at WordCrest, about being able to offer after-school tutoring for children. So I was just thinking, if we could maybe talk to Jason and talk about doing that.
So that is one of the things that we're actually doing, and we're starting this year. Jason has done a lot of work already with Emily and her team on the RTI after school program, doing identifying those students, and recruiting teachers as part of that, as part of his program, the academic portion. So we're also merging this year for summer as well with our ELD boot camp in the summertime to be able to start that, I guess, intervention earlier before students even enter the previous.
I was hoping to hear that when you were talking about that, but I didn't hear anything about it. Because, we did talk about tutoring and after school and that wasn't brought up. So I thought, okay, is it happening? Is it not happening? Are we going to be able to do this? Happy to hear that.
Yes, absolutely. I think we focused more on what was happening during the school day, but it absolutely is, and we should have mentioned that it's happening after school as well. Jason had to leave because this is his wife's birthday, so he wanted to keep his wife.
How dare he leave early?
But yes.
Okay, well, I'm happy to hear that specifically. I'm happy to hear that specifically that RTI is involved because it's important that we work with the people that are already working with these children and create a plan to follow through. And it's not just, I brought a sheet of homework, can somebody help me? But it's a very specific plan and we are working to help children after school in that program. Thank you so much.
Anyone else? Okay, I have one question I wanted to put before my board trustees. Last time we met, we had a discussion about expanding DLA, and we had a really thorough report on what it looks like, what we've seen, and the possibility of going forward. But one of the things I think we haven't seen much is a conversation about what it looks like at the junior high. And I know that we've recently expanded to Nicholas this year. We've just promoted last year our first cohort of 8th graders. So I would like to see a report on our experience of our dual immersion program at the junior high level, because I think it is different. So if that's something that y'all would be okay with in a communique, we can do that. Or would you like to see it as a full report to the board? Not necessarily to take action, but to give direction or learn more from our staff.
I'd support that in a communique.
Actually would like to see longitudinal data of where our students that are going into high school, how they are doing after completing the DLA program and where they are. I've heard some mixed feedback at the high school sites.
Okay, that could be part of, well, we only have 9th grade so far, but we could talk about the transition to 9th grade.
The transition.
Yep, yeah.
There should be an MOU. We should have a data sharing agreement.
We actually meet with Dr. Kaufman monthly, but we talk often. And so some of the data that she shares with me is how our students are doing when they enter in algebra on their report cards. So, and I ask her for that. So they don't have a problem sharing that with us. So I can certainly get that data and include that in the communique as well.
Okay.
Great.
Yeah.
And since we would not have specific student names, we would just provide general numbers. We wouldn't need data releases because it would not be identifiable data.
Okay, so we could find out which of the students are continuing to take advanced courses in the Spanish language, because that's all this is right now, or in a dual immersion program, and then if possible, if they're passing their grades in those levels, kind of what placement they were able to be placed in at the high school level.
And then how many students even stay in it to entering 9th grade and how many stay in it even beyond the first semester.
Yeah.
So that's information as well.
And the same, I think, at that transition from 6th grade to 7th and then on to 8th, if we're seeing attrition with our students in that program.
For sure, we could provide that data.
Okay, thank you so much. Okay, so with that, I think we are finished. So we will conclude at 10:30 on the dot.
Great.